Oh, why did it stop?
Hey, Ryan,
I left my battery in the thing.
I think it just,
So I will find a way.
I think it's feature was better.
Yeah.
You know, it's, good morning. How are you? So, Solomon. So each one of you has a presentation. You're all presenting today? You? Everyone? We need to have a recorder. Yes, to come check website. Because I leave. I have to leave with that. Yes. Good morning.
Yes, I request if you can talk about this post so that we get to know the findings and all.
I'd be very happy to do that. And also about ICT. Okay, so I probably have to reduce my lecture. Let's talk about comstech and ICT. Okay? You already know, huh? Yeah.
So, Prof, can I take it on flash?
Whatever.
Yeah. So that is easy.
You appointed him as your assistant. You appointed him as your assistant.
No, he wants help.
He's our representative in Burkina Faso.
Yes. Nice. Good for young people.
And Jabil in Ethiopia,
Yeah.
we need to find people from different countries as comstech official representatives.
What's the one Nigeria?
Nigeria has so many law share.
Yeah.
We have 100 fellowship, most of them Nigerians. Nigeria is Africa. They don't leave anything for others. And then Cameroonian. You see, Cameroonians have a large share.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Can I have directly connected?
Just connect the net possible. You already do you send by email.
This one. Right. Where the next destination of is we will offer landing. It's Nigeria, you know, Nigeria. Should be Nigeria. Who wants to go to Nigeria? Where is okay, the third venue? Kana, okay. Fourth. And the basket is quite. Nigeria, Cameroon, Nigeria, we have 5 countries. So I can tell you about comstech now, if you have, is it okay to tell you about comstech before the chairman arrives? They want to know about comstech. So
Yeah.
I thought I should tell them about comstech before.
Very important, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so this is the slide.
You want to start,
Slide 110.
okay.
Okay, so this is about comstech. Okay, so
It's okay. Let's go.
a few slides before. We don't have that pointer.
Unfortunately, the battery died and the guys took her number. Sorry, but I will try.
Okay, so before. Okay, so this is how many of you have seen this building? You're not yet? You were there? Okay, so this is called 57. This is a very famous 57th flag building, right in front of Prime Minister's Secretariat. And this is one of the institutions of OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, with 57 member states. Majority of your countries are the members. You're running out. No, fancy. You are just introducing them. No, you can ask one. Would you get the next level? After how many other batteries? It's on there. You know because the laser points will be fine.
And thank you for following up with the yeah, I think that's probably just timing. Yeah.
There was a special treat for you. As your official recognition as the representative of South
I really mind because
High school.
Thanks for very careful. Thanks for examining.
And so do you divide any systems of settling systems?
Just wait. Yeah. Is it possible to move this thing to here? Or
No, no, we have the pointer now. It's okay.
we have a pointer?
Yeah, yeah. So I gave you, see one in your hand. Yeah. So this is, you can even stress it. Yeah. Much easier. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. Just need to.
Okay, no problem. So, Prof, from which slide do you want to start?
Right from the beginning,
Right from the beginning. Well,
there is only 3 hours lecture and chairman is my friend, so. And he's a wonderful person. I'm sure that will not stop me.
yes, you can go ahead and start. You can read that.
Good morning. Welcome to this third and last day of this intense activity. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Professor Iqbal Chaudhary. You know him because we have been seen when I began with him. Because he has been postgraduate from the University of Karachi in the area of organic chem. After that, has been working always related with biology, biochemistry, and organic chemistry, and in particular in natural products. We have been seen in working in Pakistan and trying to build in Pakistan science facilities for young people, for no young people, and that. And he could do that. He's currently the director of the International Center, the International Center for Chemistry and Biological Sciences. That is what we say ICT. ICCBS, and it's one of the organizers of the event, member of the Professor Emeritus of the University of Karachi. That means that it belongs to the comstech. He explained about comstech. I think probably he will explain better than me now in the presentation. And in 2021, he has received the very prestigious prize, Mustafa Prize. So, congratulations, Professor. Really, I think that that is the honor plan. But most importantly is an excellent and open-minded person. You can discuss with him or whatever you want, the student, professor, etc. So, and also presidents. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Assalamualaikum, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let me first express my gratitude to our partners, Durham University, PCIF. Of course, as BS, which is represented by my colleague, Professor Sama. I represent officially comstech, which I will also introduce. And I think the mission has been to interact with you, to broaden the network, to bring you on board, and to create opportunities for you to excel in a very important area. So we're very proud of our association with Durham University, GCRF, and our colleagues in 4 different continents of the world. And this last several years we've been working together, and that has created not only excellent professional relationship but also personal friendship. Africa is always very fascinating. I've been working with Africa since half of my life, and Africa is my first love. Honestly, I really like to come here. The potential, the tremendous pool of creativity, the young people, Africa is certainly all set to go. And what I would do, I would be presenting to you some of our works, which is a bit different from what has been presented by very distinguished colleagues, more on mechanistic side, so a lot of in-depth understanding of targets and others. This is going to be a relatively more simpler science, but still very elegant and practical, and that is what you would be, most of you would also be presenting, and that is on natural product. You see, we have been working on various natural products since long, and we have, if not the largest, perhaps one of the largest institutions which contributed more pharmacophores, more natural products skeleton in the world literature. So we are certainly one of the most prominent institutions which has contributed in the field of natural product. So, sorry. You know that the greatest strength of our societies is traditional knowledge. We have almost unbroken tradition of the use of medicinal plants for a variety of different. Apart from medicinal plant resources, I think the greatest strength is this tremendous knowledge base which we have. And that is what Newman and Craig said about that systematic evaluation of indigenous ethno-medicinal practices contribute to the improved healthcare, especially in marginalized diseases, has been the effective approach, because these natural products can be used against neglected and prevented disease. You see, natural products are extremely diverse. You have seen wonderful chemistry of Patrick. Nature produced equally or even more complex molecules. And you can see some examples of it. So they are created in plants for certain purposes, and these purposes are very often related to chemical defense, adaptability, and other crucial functions. So they are optimized as drug-like molecules and remain very important source of drugs. If you remember that in COVID-19 for 2.5 years, almost all African presidents were claiming to have some natural product for the treatment of COVID-19. So nature remained the most important source when it comes to pandemics, epidemics, and a lot of other diseases. So you see the fascinating molecules which were isolated from different plants, and we all know from wonderful presentations in last 2 days that structure is directly related to function. So you see each one of them, and you wonder what they will do. And in fact, many of them are already either drugs or drug-like molecules, or they have molecular inspiration on the basis of which a lot of chemistry is being done. And these are certainly molecules which have been developed as drug. For instance, Taxol, we know that Taxol was then structurally modified into Paclitox, Taxol, and other Taxol derivatives, and many more. All of these molecules have been modified into drugs. And somebody showed Nobel Prizes. Nature product chemistry is one area in which sizable number of natural products, Nobel Prizes were actually given. So from the discovery of from penicillin to streptomycins, from discovery of various antiparasitic drugs, various other fascinating molecules, we see that natural products chemists have been rewarded for their wonderful work in this field. And from that point on, since 1966, this institute was established largely as the Natural Product Chemistry Institution. Now we move on. It's a very interdisciplinary institution. It's a UN center. It's a UNESCO center for bioorganic chemistry. So we do lots of other things. We do from metabolic disorder to stem cell neuroscience, a lot of genomics work, but natural products remain a very core discipline on which we take a lot of satisfaction and pride, because we were able to contribute in this field immensely. Let me just show you what is the approach which we follow. We follow an approach in which we conduct ethnomedicinal surveys. So we sent our team comprised of anthropologists, botanists, agronomists, medical doctors, specialized doctors such as in case of skin diseases, we send dermatologists and many more. And we then collect information, and you can find lots of these information wonderfully compiled in many of these websites. So we conduct lots of skin focus, disease focus ethnobotany survey from all around the country, and then compile them into various databases. And this is the knowledge base on which we build our research on. And so we actually visit hundreds of sites, interviews thousands of people. We have been most surveyed country in terms of ethnobotany. You hardly find any country where so much of ethnomedicinal information has been collected, preserved, documented, and put on websites and in monographs. So we were able to preserve our ethnobotany information, which unfortunately is not a very common thing in many developing countries, but we were able to do that. So there are a lot of databases of ethnomedicinal practices which are now made public, and then on the basis of that, we have selected lots of plants. And the work which I'm going to present, shared with my colleague, Professor Sama. Sorry. Okay, so I'll just give you a brief synopsis of most recent discoveries which we have made in natural products. And they're all patented, gone through clinical trials, or some of them are in clinical trials. For instance, we have isox. And if you Google, you will find that it's one of the most potent anti-epileptic natural products ever known. The nasal spray is in phase 2 clinical trial. It works against refractory epilepsy. We have then developed another one. This is the most recent one. Health supplement comprised of 10 dietary plants with significant improvement in quality of life for Parkinson's patients. This was funded by an international pharmaceutical company, multinational, Cell Pharmaceutical, and this is already on its way for marketing as a nutraceuticals. Then, effective topical formulation, which I'm going to present to you, which is already in clinical use. And then most recently, we have developed some formulation against multi-drug resistance based on medicine. So there are a lot of patents on actual drug-like molecules. So it's okay. It's okay. So this is what you need to do. Of course, a lot of you in your own countries would see something like this, where people are sitting with lots of medicines, but your work is to transform them into something which is evidence-based, which has science into it, and it should be able to demonstrate that what our ancestors have been using since centuries have some scientific validation. So you need to do lots of science in between, and for that you need to have different kind of biological screening, preclinical trials, clinical trials, and that we call bridging the two ends. So that is absolutely essential to have some kind of animal facility. Now, as you know, that UNESCO, WHO has recommended a very small setup for animal house facilities. The animal house facilities can be of billions of dollars and can be very, very small. You can have, good quality work conducted in half of the size of this room. So animal based on pharmacology is extremely important for transforming any medicinal uses into something which can be classified as a drug or drug-like molecule. Okay, so we have been working on plants. Pakistan is an extremely diverse country, 8 climatic zones, from Siberian climate all the way to Saharan climate. So we have deserts all the way to some of the highest mountains in the world, and this extremely diverse climatic zone. We have some 6,000 plants, and a lot of them are known for their medicinal properties. So we were able to collect lots of these plants and develop a plant bank, and then on the basis of that, we've done lots of chemistry on them. So we have a fairly large compound bank. It's not as large as pharmaceutical companies, but this bank is extremely diverse because it is based on largely natural products. We have structural diversity, which is much better than many of these compound bank, molecular bank, which are available with commercial companies, biotechs, and pharmaceutical. Sorry. And let me just move on to the subject, and in between I would be telling you about the technology which we have used, simple techniques which we have used since it is in the workshop format. So what we have done was that we have been working since last several years on Leishmaniasis, which is a very common disease in our country. Okay, so this is the situation in Pakistan. Pakistan is a very large country, and it is from here all the way to Chinese border is about 2,700 kilometers long. This is the third largest snow mass in the world after two poles. So extremely cold area, and then we have a lot of deserts here in between, a lot of forest. And in terms of Leishmaniasis, the entire country is affected. It was not endemic in Pakistan, except certain areas along the border of Afghanistan and Iran, where people have developed lots of immunity. But as we have this geopolitical disturbance, when someone in North America decided to invade another country, there are a lot of people migrated to Pakistan. Literally, several million people migrated to Pakistan. We have lot of influx of immigrants and displaced people coming to Pakistan, and that eventually resulted a widespread outbreak of Leishmaniasis in all over the country. It's very interesting that now Pakistan is among the top 10 countries for cutaneous Leishmaniasis. But you'll be very surprised that some part of it, that pattern has changed, and now we have visceral Leishmaniasis up on the markets. So we have increasing number of cases coming of visceral Leishmaniasis from Kashmir region. So diagnosis and treatment is difficult. Leishmania major is the most common species, followed by Leishmania tropica. We recently had some report of the presence of Leishmania infantum. So the species are increasing as we have cross-border migration from different places. On top of it, we also have a very mixed and co-infection. So you will really find people with visions, which has both Leishmania major and Leishmania tropica. And that we have seen, we are working closely with the team in order to develop a good diagnostic system which can be used at the point of care. So wide spectrum of clinical variants pose a major diagnostic challenge. And let me just show you some of the reports. Almost every second day, there is something about Leishmaniasis. It's so common now. And literally thousands of cases are coming. And I can tell you that the number is just absolutely phenomenal, because these are from different regions of the country. And if you can spot some of these numbers also, for instance, people are talking about 21,000 cases from one region, and people are talking about 15,000 cases in another region, thousands of cases. From one district, which is very close to Karachi, there was 1,600 cases only in very small regions. So the cutaneous Leishmaniasis is now spreading like a wildfire. It's very, very unfortunate. Okay, so now a new pattern is emerging. There was a latent Leishmania outbreak. We have seen Leishmania outbreak in refugee camps and other, but now these outbreaks are everywhere. So, for instance, if I can tell you that this is a place which is not so far away from Karachi, about 150 kilometers, and this has now become a hotspot of cutaneous Leishmaniasis in the country. In April, they are expecting a major outbreak, and they're preparing for it. Now, if you think that they will be able to provide amphotericin B or antimonial to the common people, which are in thousands in number, absolutely not. The cost of these medicines just absolutely unaffordable, even for the national government. And that is the reason that they've been thinking of developing and establishing skin disease centers. But unfortunately, because of multiple reasons, this is not really happening. So what we have done was that, using exactly the same strategies I mentioned of the ethnobottom survey, we have conducted nationwide survey on skin diseases, including Leishmaniasis. And we have identified several plants, and I'll show you some of these plants which we have identified, which people are actually using it. These are two plants which are actually used most extensively in our villages and towns. And this is tricellus minima, and this is Allium sativa. Of course, you know that this is garlic, and then we were able to focus on them. Of course, we have been focusing on other plants as well, and we have now many patents and IP protection, copyrights, and other. Let me just focus on two of these plants. Okay, so is this I don't know why these okay, so I don't really need to tell you, this is the simplest cytotoxicity assay against the promiscuous. You don't really need very high technology equipment. You can do it on very, very simple equipment. So you just need to prepare the sample. So it's not something, it's just a balance, microbalance. Then you have centrifuge, you then grow these promestigors and eventually look into cytotoxicity profile. So it's just a very simple assay which represents the direct impact of compounds on promestigors. And let me take you to the simplest part. What was reported was in Chaman area, which is in north west of Pakistan. People are actually using the local people are using clove. They don't know anything about that, but what happened is that whenever they develop a small spot, when it's got like light on the skin, they have this small little lesion, or then they start rubbing garlic clove on it. And was never reported. We were the first one who reported, and before us, there was one report of the alien species being used as antiparasitic by a Japanese group. So Allium sativum is being extensively used in the country, and if you can see the activity, the fat ether extract, petroleum meth ether extract, which is very non-polar, as shown in 72 hours, 3.9 microgram per ml as IC50 value. Ethyl acetate was about 12.5, and we had the option of doing, selecting one of them and developing it. We identified that in this particular extract, the quantity of allicin was much larger than in petroleum extract. Garlic has a very interesting chemistry. It's a wonderful example of sulfur chemistry. So there is allicin which convert into allicin, and then allicin convert into adrenaline by all enzymatic translation. Very simple translation. So we looked into it and we said which one is the most active constituent of the extract. And we discover that adrenaline is the most active constituent. Now you can see that IC50 value against Leishmania major and Donovani was close to 4.2. Macromole is 0.004, and then of course Leishmania major is really very low concentration of it. Adrenaline is really the active constituent. But I remember the question of Jeffrey. He said, if you try to isolate adrenaline or synthesize it, it's become absolutely, it's become almost as expensive as antibiotic, because synthesizing or isolating adrenaline in pharmaceutical grade requires lots of verification steps. And you don't want to do that. So what we have done was that we wanted to enrich adrenaline in ethyl acetate extract, because we analyzed that allicin is much larger in quantities in ethyl acetate extract. So what we have done was a very simple method. There are a lot of patents available of conversion of allicin into allicin into adrenaline. People talk about polymeric catalyst and other. So the simplest method which we have adopted was in ethyl acetate extract, add acetone, air oxidation, and you have almost threefold increase in acetone. We have analyzed that by using HPLC and proved that this increased the quantity. So ethyl acetate extract was finally selected for clinical trials, and it mixed with different kinds of carriers, including petroleum jelly, and clinical trials were conducted. So 2,000 patients initially. Now there are literally several thousand people who are using it. Extremely simple chemistry, which we have done was that we enrich adenine and ethyl acetate extract. That extract was used for clinical trials, and a lot of these clinical trials were conducted. So let me go back to the first slide. And this was conducted in 3 districts of Sindh. The province where we live, Karachi is part of province of Sindh. And you see, this is a topical application. Yeah. Topical application, and it's not working anymore.
It's confusing. It's not.
Okay. Okay, next, please. Next. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. To the most conservative estimate, about 67% of people got rid of their cutaneous leishmaniasis by using this topical application. And now it's available by a pharmaceutical company called Nairobi, based in Karachi, mostly as a charity, and is distributed in affected areas. Next, please. Thanks. 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 Okay, then came Sama. Yes, please.
In addition to those unconditional and practice, there are economics that usually in multi-billion. If we add those 2 things together, that thing that we see on the part of the body will really multiply.
You see, I honestly don't know, because my colleagues sitting in the back rows, they know much better than me that cutaneous leishmaniasis lesions are very different from a normal one, because the infection is right in the macrophages. The phagocytes right in the skin, so it's not like normal wound because of some other reason, but I'm sure that there must be some studies conducted to explore the possibility, as you mentioned. So certainly an important question. Okay, so we started from ethanol bottom survey, and very simple science that ethanolic extract of this plant called Physalis minima, very common plant grown all over the world. This is a global plant. You find them in America, in Africa, in Central Asia, in different places. This is one of the plants which are very, very common, called gooseberry. And what we have done was that we looked into the effects of various extracts and fractions of the aerial extract, and decided to go only for ethanolic extract for clinical trials, much more cost effective, remained reasonably active, and it was like 5.7 microgram per ml as compared to amphotericin B, which is of course very, very effective. But when it comes to topical application, this is quite reasonable and cost-effective solution. Okay, so the plant is a very common hub, a global hub, which is found in different places of the world, and it is also used in our traditional system of medicine. And if I can, these are some of the, like any herb, people have a lot of claims. But if I just wish to highlight this act against form. So it's already known that it is anti-parasitic, at least in folk medicines, and it's also anti-malarial. It's used as an anti-malarial. So there is some traditional anti-parasitic use of this plant, which is supported from different parts of the world already. This is what Summer has done when she was doing PhD. I was extremely impressed from her commitment, perseverance, hard work. So she started from the extraction, finally selected proteinous clinical trial, 80% ethanolic extract for clinical trial. This I'm sure you will not be able to recognize, but this was the isolation scheme, which I'll show you later. And then, of course, she was able to isolate a lot of these very, very interesting phycillins, which are retinoids, which are primarily based on aldosterone. These are very interesting molecules. And also, at the same time, she was able to modify the structure by using molecular translation, which I'm not going to cover here. So what was done, that ethanolic extract was then fractionated, and you can very easily recognize a simple fractionation based on different solvents, and by using solvent-solvent extraction or liquid-liquid extraction, you can partition various compounds and on the basis of their polarity. So various extracts were obtained, and you can see that aqueous, chloromethane, ethyl acetate. This is the standard which we have used in the study. This was found to be an extremely interesting extract. And remember, this is part of ethanolic extract. So it was there already. Everything which you would see here as pure compound were all part of ethanolic extract. And you can see that a lot of these molecules have been isolated. So we were able to identify and isolate many of these compounds. And you can see that various phycillins were isolated. A whole series of molecules which were isolated. These are retinoids, and these compounds were found to be very, very active when we looked into their biological activity. So we're now quite confident that the anti-Leishmanial activity of phycillins is largely because of 3 or 4 of these phycillins in nature. Okay, so since this is a workshop format, I'll just very briefly take you through what we have done. So what we have done was that we have actually used various general methodologies for extraction, fractionation, isolation, purification, and then structural characterization, standard format which we use. And as a result of that, we were able to identify these compounds. So standard chromatographic techniques, various kinds of extraction techniques, which I will write. Next, please. So you see, separation of phytochemicals is extremely complex. Let me show you that if you can do natural product chemistry, you learn 3 attributes of the best chemist, and Patrick can comment on it. Number 1, that you are capable of isolating compounds from a very complex mixture. If you are a chemist, you must know that. It's attribute. One of the critical attributes of a chemist is capacity to isolate molecules from complex mixture. If you're a natural product chemist, you can do that. Second, that if you have a molecule in pure form, you should be able to identify them by using spectroscopy techniques or various other physical-chemical techniques. If you can't do that, you're perhaps not a very good chemist. And third is certainly your ability to modify the structure and improve its properties, derivatization of the different kinds. Either you do it by using biological catalysts or by using chemical synthesis. This is your third attribute. Three attributes of chemistry. Capacity to isolate one molecule from a very complex picture, identify that molecule with all details, including stereochemistry, connectivity and everything, and then capacity to modify the structure by derivatization. Natural product chemists have all three attributes. So in my opinion, they are among the best chemists. No offense to anyone. Okay, so next please. Is a holistic training which you get, and of course, a lot of other things as well. Next, please. Okay, so this is what we follow. Make sure that ethnobotanic information can be extremely tricky. They can be so tricky that one plant can have several names in different villages, and the same plant can have, and several plants can have one name in different areas. So you need to make sure that you take a good taxonomist with you, and you should be able to source that either from the herbal shop or from the area from where people plant collect. Second important thing, that our folk cultures, people have different names for diseases. They don't use these names which we use. They have different names. So you should be able to relate those folk names with the actual medical terminology, and for that you need to have a doctor. A lot of these surveys are extremely sensitive, because I remember that when we were working on women-specific diseases, because of the reason that in villages, almost medicines for women-specific diseases are preserved, loss of cultural reason. We could not send any male doctor. With only female doctors, and the one who could speak their own language and dialect. So ethnomedicinal survey is extremely complex, but you need to collect them. Of course, exact GPS location from where you collected information. Others people don't allow you to take their photographs. For instance, in this monograph of 700 pages related to woman-specific disease, there are hardly any picture of a woman. So it is a very complex, but extremely, you need to be very, very careful and conscious of people, cultural sensitivities, their languages, number of technical difficulties also. So can we go back to the slide? So you need to collect plants. Of course, you need to have right identification. The world literature on natural product is a graveyard of wrong identification. People do not really take care of correct identification. In incorrect taxonomic identification means that everything else what you do is wrong. So that is extremely important, that you should be able to taxonomically identify, authenticate, clean the plant material, use that particular part which people are using in folk culture. It would be completely illogical that people are using roots and you go to a burial part. So it's very obvious, very logical. I'm sure that we all appreciate. So extraction of the plant material by using different kinds of technologies, chromatographic analysis. You may have as simple as column chromatography and PLC, or even more complex such as UPLC, HPLC, or techniques. And then once you have a pure compound, then you go to spectroscopic technique. You don't need to have NMR in every laboratory of Africa and Asia, to be honest. It's impossible, you know that. In our country, we have some about 20 NMR spectrometers, but they are clustered in 2 or 3 places because we then provide a free access to everyone from the entire country to have access to these NMRs. So a similar system needs to be developed. 2, 3 NMRs should be sufficient for the entire national being, because you can really use them as a workhorse and you can use them. So I'm talking about practical solution. And then of course you go for biological activities. Another strategy is that they go, have you heard of bias guided isolation? I don't like it. Really. Theoretically correct. That you're trying to isolate one compound from an extremely complex feature. Honestly, let me tell you, based on our long experience, that's not one compound which is responsible for activity. You have an example of curcuma, one of the most famous, most global business of curcumins is several $1 billion. And not one compound. They call curcuminides, a whole series of molecules which are responsible for activity. So it's completely logical that you actually not look for one molecule, but a group of molecules which work in tandem, in synergy, and give a desired properties. So what we do, we of course check the biological activity of extract and non-chemical compounds. But eventually, we generally do not really use biosecurity. It's extremely demanding. It costs a lot. I think it's much logical that we go all the way through and isolate molecules which may be responsible for activity. You may miss it. There is a possibility, but who cares? Because if the plant extract is working, you'll be happy that you should be happy as well. So this is the kind of technology which we use. We generally start from methanol, ethanol. In many countries, ethanol, availability of ethanol is a problem. You see, we used to get lots of ethanol, then we have this alcohol prohibition law. And they think that even laboratory ethanol people can drink, so we don't use it anymore. Methanol, a lot of practical problems. So this is the time when we were able to use ethanol, but now we use actually methanol, which is equally good. Of course, you miss some of the molecules also, but this is alcohol water extract, and this is what you do. Aqueous solution, you extract with different solvents, organic layer, aqueous, organic layer. Largely, you are actually talking about various solvents which are available. Be careful that you don't want to use a lot of, of course, you don't want to use any benzene, which is now banned in many of our laboratories. We don't use chloroform anymore. We use carbon dichloromethane. So we avoid, very often avoid these toxic solvents. I will also tell you, see, if you think that you will be able to isolate sufficient quantities of samples from 10 grams of plant, you're just wasting your time. In many cases, we have started from 50 to 100 kg of plants. Large scale operation, only then you were able to isolate lots of minor compounds and lots of other compounds. And that is critically important because, you have heard of metabolomics, right? People do a lot of LC-MS based metabolomics. So what? If you identify, you don't have anything in hand. You need to have something in hand which you can use, get the biological activity done, and eventually do some preclinical work. For that, you need to go hardcore conventional natural chemistry. Metabolomics may be able to identify various molecules present, but you have nothing but a piece of chart or a screen in front of you. So if you want to go for a real natural chemistry, you need to do it in a very hard way, as Rosika has done it, or other large, chemists of very high stature, because the beginning of chemistry was through natural chemistry. Remember, everything what exists in chemistry was all started from the chemistry of natural products. So with all respect, if you want to have anything in hand, you need to go through this process, and it's not so easy. You need lots of perseverance, and at the end of the day, you get lots of frustration. So this is what you can use. I'm actually telling you the science of pots and pans. You don't need to worry about very complex extraction. For instance, our institute purchased a very large supercritical fluid chromatograph, in which we can use carbon dioxide as a method for extracting. It costs us about $1 million. Hardly used it. Someone has it as an antique equipment. So we use conventional, simple method which are doable in our countries, and of course we do lots of these macerations. Separating funnel is the greatest friend of natural chemists, isn't it? This is something which is so dear to us, and we can use them by using two immiscible solvents. We'll be able to separate different. Of course, you can modify the pH. You can use different kinds of conditions to get what you want to get. Thanks. And there are different methods of extraction. Most favorite one is soft-slit, which is very simple. It's not. I mean, you can get soft-slit equipment with a magic black box, a computer. You can have everything of it in which you can control. But why you want to do that? Your glass blower will be able to produce a soft-slit apparatus for you. Extremely effective way for thermally stable molecules. And of course, you can use all these fancy techniques of supercritical fluid, ultrasound, microwave. This is not microwave, which you use for in your kitchen. This is a microwave which will cost you about $30,000. Yes.
Of course, with so small extraction, the issue and temperature, how will the infection be possible?
Temperature of during extraction. You see, if you are using soft-slit, you're actually using a reflex temperature of the solvent which you are using. If your compounds are thermally labile or unstable, you avoid soft-slit. You go for a simple maceration or other simpler method. So temperature, solvent type, the kind of molecule which are you trying to isolate, they're all factors which you need to take in consideration before you go for and select.
Yes, sir. Then you said I will start with about 50 kg to 100 kg last time.
Yeah, sometime more.
Sometimes more. Then how the source net, how will we be able to
You see, this technique we try. For instance, if you go for 50 kg of dry weight, you're not really using solvent. You're using this maceration technique in which you place solvents. And of course, you recycle solvent also because the cost of solvent is so much. We have so many recycling, simple recycling systems available in which we can constantly recycle the solvents. Soft-slit, you can design to a level for 1 kg. 1 kg dry weight, you can easily do that with solvent. No problem with that. And your glass blower, do you have one?
Yeah.
If you don't, then we can train them because we have a glass blowing school in which we actually make this quick fit joint and other stuff. Is important because glassware is expensive. Even if you come to the school for yes, Jeffrey.
Well, let's compare those some of them use better, some of them use oil, and some of them use water, and some of them also use alcoholic solvent. So when we want to do a bioactivity, instead of the traditional dish, how can we relate this extraction solvent for bioactivity with the one which is traditionally used to prepare?
You see, it's a very, very important question because I said that we need to follow the same procedure, more or less. I mean, people extract a plant in human urine and others, cow urine, another. We don't do that. We know that aqueous alcoholic extract is good enough to get most of it what is present in the plant. So is a good alternative of very difficult extraction schemes which some people use in traditional healing practices. So we generally go for it. But of course, it can't be really very different, you know. If they're using ethanol, you cannot really work on that ether extract or petroleum ether or hexane or heptane or whatever. You need to have compatible closer to what they use.
Sometimes people prepare as a told is better, maybe sometimes they mix with also with honey. When they are pregnant, do we have to taste the effect of butter or honey or diabetes too, because they mix both, they have their own chemical constitution.
Ethnobotany is a bizarre field. It's extremely important, and we, in our survey, we have really find lots of extremely funny, very not funny, but perhaps different practices people are using, including what you're mentioning it. But people do other stuff also. You know, they mix it with sea salts, and they use different kinds of sulfur compounds and others also. You know, the problem is that in our villages, and we live in cities, our life expectancy is almost similar. And many of them do not have access to modern medicine. So they must be doing really something useful and taking care of their family healthcare issues as effective as we do with the doctors. So we need to believe in them because this is really age-old practices and we need to benefit from it. Okay.
Well, sometimes you see traditional medicine, the traditional practitioner makes simple practice together in most people to treat something.
Oh yeah, very important.
How it can help on those.
Okay, so in fact, in Chinese medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, in Unani medicine, Arabic medicine, and I'm sure in African medicine also, there's hardly any formulation in which people use one plant. People are actually using several plants, sometimes 10, 15, 20 plants. There is absolutely no chemistry which can support standardization of those complex mixtures. So we need to resolve on plant by plant, because each plant contains hundreds of compounds. And if you're talking about 10 plants, you're talking about really tens of thousands of compounds. Which equipment, analytical equipment, even today is capable of analyzing them, even through metabolic practices. So these are some of the extraction techniques. I would be hurry in 5 minutes. So there's several extraction techniques which you can use next. And these are the factors which you need to take care of when you carry out extractions of plants. Next, please. They are also used. This is conventional extraction techniques. You can do it. This is ultrasonic, which people are using it, and of course, these are very specialized microwave in which people are trying to. Once you have something useful, then you can always raise fund to do it in a much better way, as we have done in our institution. But to begin with, I think a simple chemistry, simple extraction methods are much better than using complex methods. Chromatography, we know, is a very, very effective method. Next. Various kinds of compounds can be separated. You need to purify them. Next. There are various kinds of chromatography techniques you can use. This is my favorite. It's still my favorite. Back in 1980s, when I was in Pennsylvania State University working with Professor Morishima, top class isocyanidine chemist, whose books are actually now used as a standard text in nature product. He himself taught me how to pack columns. I bet any of you would not. I mean, of course, I am among the best in this room. In fact, column is an art, honestly. I mean, the way you pack column, big or small, you need to be very, very careful. You need to take care of different aspects of it. I'll be happy to teach you, but this is a very specialized field. Next, please. And of course, you can do TLC. We do a lot of TLC also. Next. This is an extremely important technique. Again, very simple one. The only thing which you need to change is stationary phase, and this is size extrusion chromatography, in which every other technique is based on polarity. This is based on size. So what we do, we have initial separation by column and TLC, and then we separate them on the basis of size. And that is a very, very important technique and very simple one. So gas chromatography for volatiles, DC is fortunately not very expensive. GCMS is very expensive, but it can really help you to identify many of these low polarity compounds. Gas chromatography, if you're really not going for very, very high end equipment, you'll be able to get them quite cheap. Next, HPLCs are, if you get it in Japanese HPLC or Chinese HPLC, it's very as good as anywhere else, but they're very, very cheap, and you will be able to do that. Of course, UPLCs are better version of HPLCs. Next, please. We use high-affinity techniques. Next. And of course, here the money comes in. It requires only for automation. If you have identified something and really want to de-replicate, and that is what you use chromatographic techniques such as TC or MS, and you use techniques such as TCMS or LCMS, LCMR, extremely expensive techniques. So just let me finish next. So Solomon, you need to help me next. This clinical trial conducted on ficellas. Next, on a very large number of at several centers. Next, please. Next. A lot of work being conducted in different villages by our volunteers. Next. It's terrible, the spread is just absolutely horrifying. Next. We got the US patent on it. We protected our intellectual property. We have it now. Next, we granted. And I can show you this very interesting letter which I received just before coming here. There is a next outbreak expected in April, and they wanted the Ministry of Health want us to produce 10,000 formulation of ficellas, 10,000 formulations. So whole manufacturing setup is required for this to handle this outbreak, because they can't afford amphotericin B or antimania. Thanks, please. So this is what we have done, and now we have whole series of compound next, and I'll just take you through very quickly. Next, please. Fascinating molecules, and they're not really trivial molecules for structural elucidation. You need to do lots of spectroscopy in order to elucidate the structure of these molecules. They're fairly complex, highly oxygenated. If you try to synthesize, you need to have a chemist of the stature of Patrick. No? Thank you. So very, very complex molecule, but I'm pretty sure that somebody would identify minimum pharmacophore, as people have done in case of artemisinin. Now, artemisinin has a much simpler carbon value for therapeutic effect, and at some stage, and you can see invariably in many of these cases, the IC50 value was better than the standard drugs. Next. Next, please. Next. Next. Bajira came to our institute and she developed capacity of our staff in macrophage-based assay, in cellular assay. Thank you. And now we are doing it very routinely. Someone has already discussed this yesterday. I don't want to take you through. We use lots of these gadgets to identify the activity of molecules in the human cell lines. So it is mouse macrophages. And you can see that this is an AFM images. This AFM is a fascinating technique. That actually tell you about the topology. You know, the cell size by color is almost like a Doppler effect. And by using this Doppler effect, you will be able to identify cell size, cell debris. In real life, you don't need to fix it. This is the only technique which you can do it in a very dynamic manner. So you can see the effect in snapshot. You can even have a video of how your compound is affecting the cells in real time. So it's a very, very important technique which we use. Next. Thanks. And I would skip that part. I don't have a time. I'll just show you a few slides right at the end about comstech. Next, please. Let me acknowledge a wonderful group of people working. Institute has about 600 PhD scholars. There's 20 different separate centers, each specializing in different fields like genomics, nanotechnology, biotechnology. We have a full-fledged clinical center. We have 120-bed hospital for clinical trial, which is recognized by WHO, is also accredited by the Drug Regulatory Authority of Pakistan. So we are capable of conducting lots of these studies, and we were able to have lots of funding, sizable funding from CERN. So CERN has been a very big source of funding, industrial funding coming, and we were able to deliver them one formulation which they are marketing, and of course we were able to get funding from different other sources. Next. And our wonderful partner in anti-GCRF, which strengthened this whole research. And there are a lot of people now attracted, young people are attracted towards Leishmania research. Next. This is comstech headquarters. Patrick has visited this place. This is in Islamabad, our capital. It's a beautiful building called 57 flat building. Next. It was established in 1981. President is the chair. Next. And then there is a General Assembly of 57 ministers of science and technology and higher education, and I'm here. Right at the bottom. Next. This is the General Assembly which takes place. It's just huge, you know, it's like a UN General Assembly. This takes place in a convention center with 57 ministers bringing their spouse delegations and all that. And is also United Nations is an observer for OIC comstech, so we get lots of UN agencies coming, and of course Muslim communities in non-OIC member state, including Kenya, they're a member of it. Next. And there's comstech has many institutions with which we work. These are our own networks. Some of them are located in Africa. Next. And this is my last slide. The largest training fellowship program in OIC system was 700 fellowship supported by Islamic Development Bank, International Center for Genetic Engineering, Biotechnology, Islamic Organization for Food Security, comstech Health Africa program, which is funded by Islamic Solidarity Fund, Islamic Development Bank, comstech Research Support Program. We distribute small amount of money, about $0.3 million through IFS, CLAS, UNESCO, and ICDB. comstech-oic fractions, which is comprised of many universities, including Uganda, correct? Yeah, and then we have country-specific programs. So we have programs for Palestine, Yemen, Nigeria, Sudan, and Somalia, and of course, comstech Forum for Environment. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Bai. We have time for some questions. The question.
Yes, sir.
Brilliant, as always. Biological population versus total hyperchemistry. I think on this part of the world, many are inclined biological population, maybe some comparative and the virus.
You see, you can go for, I mean, if you want to do strictly biologic guided isolation, eventually what you would have in your hand is frustration. Because at some point of time, what will happen is that the fraction and further fractionation, you will lose the activity dispersed in various fractions. And that is which is the most difficult part of biologic guided isolation. You fractionate, you have ethanol extract, which is very active, you go for dichloromethane. Further fractionate, you have a column chromatography, you have 30 different fractions in front of us, in front of you, and none of them is as active as ethanol extract. What you would do with that? So, and of course, in addition to that, every fraction, every column subfraction has to be checked in a strict biologic guided isolation. In that case, the cost, the time is just completely unrealistic. So the best is that you go for initial extraction, you check the biological activity, you go all the way to phytochemistry, isolate compound, check whether you have any one of those active compounds.
Questions?
Patrick.
One question, has the kind of highly water soluble acidic and basic compound? Many natural products are highly water soluble and either acidic or basic. That correct, so are they compartmentalized in the cell?
Okay, in that case, you probably, if you're really alkalized is extremely simple, then you can modulate, you can modify the pH, and you can have different kinds of basic compounds coming in different acidities. The other is that you really use whole set of different solvents and extract them out from the one which remain in aqueous medium. You have one option, and that is butanol, which is a nightmare for natural chemists. If it comes to butanol, then we all feel almost shocked, because removing butanol, drying them up, running column with butanol is very, very difficult. So highly water soluble compounds remain a major challenge, sir. Of course, people are using HPLC with water and TFA and others.
How do you know the compound you isolate at the end is actually the compound that was in your academic plants in the first place?
We don't know.
That is a written.
Absolutely, but this is a calculated risk.
No. Doesn't matter at all.
Absolutely. As far as that goes, really, if you have an active fraction, which you can identify through initial fractionation, and that is the most active one. You may like to do chemistry of that. That is an alternative biologic guided. You don't need to worry about whether you isolate that compound, because at the end of the day, maybe a compound which is responsible of the activity is too little. It's so minor that you're not able to isolate that. But then you step back and you say, okay, this extract is good enough for me. I'll be working with that because my model is different from US FDA model. Yes, sir.
What is the change, the rules in terms of drug discovery? Because, it's, you know, like drug discovery takes a long time and, you know, in terms of clinical trials, the different phases. But now here you have, let's say, the suggest extract, and now it's being applied. I don't know, they both all the rules, or they have their own rules now, just to fix. Because
Okay, rules about pure compounds or the extract. Okay, if you have a pure molecule like we have in isox in case of anti-epileptic, exactly the same rules apply. You need to have a GMP for your investigation drug. You need to go National Biosafety Committee. You need to have a drug regulatory authority approval. You need to do phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trial. But anything which is shorter than the extract and has been used as a pharmacopoeial hub doesn't really require any of these draft approval. The only thing which you need to have some evidence of activity and documentation that people are using it before. Okay, so we follow WHO guideline 5.6. Please refer to that. Exactly the same guideline.
Okay, thank you so much for the valuable presentations. I have two questions also. One is how much of Pakistani plant resources have been screened, and then how much in terms of indigenous knowledge of these medical information of this plant, how much have you documented in terms of this?
I think we're second in India after, as far as the ethno-medicinal documentation. So we were able to document a lot of it, not all of it, because it's just tremendous knowledge.
Thank you. Then the second question is, currently you are aware about the threat and environmental scientists have not chemists like you can't even forget me. The threats of climate change and increased environmental degradations. What do we anticipate in terms of impacts on the biologically active compounds in near future, which we might need to think of?
I think this is the way forward because plants are, if effectively used in sustainable manner, is an endless source of biological activity. And of course, there are technologies available through which you can really grow cell mass, plant suspension cultures in bioreactors. I don't think how long fossil fuel will be able to support the drug discovery and development. So nature-based drug discovery is the future of drug discovery and development. Thank you so much.
Okay, since we don't have time, sorry, but you can ask the next question to the professor. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos.
We've got one more announcement to make. Before Iqbal presents the prize, I just want to say that I was really impressed with all of you, and I got lots of responses to talk to me, and so you're all winners, all right? And we're constantly thinking about it and being critical with what you find on the databases. So there isn't really a right or wrong answer, but I had to pick one, my favorite answer, and I asked Iqbal to present the prize to my favorite answer. So here we go.
Okay, so this is almost like Oscar or Academy Award. And I'm absolutely pleased to announce Holiness Nos Manyama. Thank you, MK, thank you. Very thoughtful of you, thank you. Okay, so this is a cup which And he brought, this is Durham in winter. Okay, I have another announcement that comstech is officially given the responsibility as East Africa to Solomon. And in that respect, I'm presenting him a comstech memento. He will receive a letter from comstech headquarters. So he will be our focal person for all scholarship programs and mobility and others. This is walnut wood, a very rare plant, and all the science is written here. And this is hand carved. So this is hand carved comstech building.
Thank you so much.
We need to ask, he wants to get some dates to, yes. Yes. So you have to get this. You are the chair.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me this chance. I brought some gifts from my university and also for me to my supervisors, as well as for those who came here to give us a lecture. First of all, I would like to say thank you, and I will invite Professor Paul to give those gifts to the one who will come to the stage. The first gift goes to my professor, Professor Iqbal, for being a good professor to me, a good supervisor with encouraging and also the practice for Cosmet, I mean, to be a good partner and to work with Dredawa University. The second gift also goes to my supervisor, Professor Dr. Summer, for being a good and the third I would like to thank you very much, Professor Paul. The next gifts will be presented by Professor Iqbal. For those who have to hold their name, please call Professor Iqbal. Okay. This gift is for Professor Paul for responding a positive response for Dredawa University collaboratively. And this bag is also Dredawa University ladies bag for professor that came far from Brazil to here to present that. This thank you. This gift goes to Professor Carlos, who came from another continent to present his work, and they really organized people from our community. Okay, sorry, I left the drop. This goes to ICCBS and all that the institute that I've been there to do my PhD. Thank you very much. And the last two, I will call this cup also the cup of my university. So I will call Professor Cole and Patrick as a gift to remember Nairobi University. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. It was really a surprise, really nice surprise. Thank you very much. So next session is about presentation of early career researchers from present in this meeting. The first one, you have 15 minutes. That means that if you can, ideally, 15 minutes includes the presentation plus the questions. So mainly could be better if you present in 10 or 12 minutes so we can discuss. Otherwise, I could be a bad guy. And say, stop. So the first one is Steve Moore from Ghana about in vitro studies in Leishmaniasis. Thank you very much.
I will try for you, okay? Just say this. Sorry.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity. So my name is. My name is Christine Moore from the University of Ghana, and as part of my PhD project, I'm investigating the anti-proliferative synergism of phenolic compounds and leukocytes against Leishmaniasis. So, as we are all in the search for effective treatment options for Leishmaniasis, and some work in my lab has been able to find out that phenolic compounds, which are natural products, are able to elicit an elaborate inhibitory effect on Leishmaniasis. And the mechanism of action elicited was via ion chelation. Next slide, please. So, from the study, for mastigotes in the culture media, the presence of the phenolic compound, and in this case, colored green, induce an ion deficient environment within the culture media by chelating the free ion, in the media. So this results in a differential expression of ion acquisition genes like Leishmanian ion transporter 1, Leishmanian heme transporter. However, the mechanism of action by which these phenolic compounds modulate post-ion content in the presence of an infection has not yet been investigated. So I sought to do that. So naturally, the gain of the presence of ion is gained by the catabolic activity of heme oxygenase 1 that has been labeled HO-1. So heme oxygenase 1 is an enzyme that degrades toxic heme into less toxic forms of bilirubin, carbon monoxide, and iron. So the presence of this ion is either used up by the cell, that is in terms of the mitochondria, please the next, or it is stored up by being bound to other proteins to form ferritin. Another way is that the next one, it is exported out of the macrophage via ferroportin. And currently, ferroportin is the only known mammalian ion exporter. So the unavailability of iron in the macrophage causes invading microorganisms not to get access to it. And this results in their probable death. However, for Leishmania, these parasites are able to survive. And what they do is that they induce the host ion content. If they take over the host ion machinery by inducing the host to secrete those things like crescents, green crescents. Those are hepcidins. And these hepcidins are peptides that are associated with ferroportin and causing ferroportin internalization and degradation. When it happens like that, it causes an increase in cytosolic ion labeled as LAGO ion 2 and resulting in an increase in the ion within the macrophage, and the iron stored up as ferritin, and this results in the high proliferation of the parasites. So the mechanism of action of these phenolic compounds, we want to find out how would they alter the expression of these iron-related proteins, such as hemoxygenase 1, ferroportin, RAMP1, and ferritin. So that's the focus of the study. The next slide. Also, in addition, recent advancements made in drug discovery employs combination therapy to be able to combat a lot of infectious diseases like malaria and tuberculosis. And the rationale being that there's less chance of the parasite to develop a resistance simultaneously to the drugs that are in combination. So this strategy was adopted to be able to identify compounds that will be able to elicit minimal toxicity, cause parasite clearance, shorter duration in treatment, and a higher potency. So from literature, what I did was that I went to select 10 phenolic compounds that have been shown to have an elaborate effect on other protozoal parasites. And I combined it with each other and also combined it with a known anti-Leishmania drug, glutathione, to see the effect. So with this, the study sought to answer 2 research questions. The first was, how will these phenolic compounds modulate the host iron content in the presence of Leishmania infection? The second is that combination of phenolic compounds with or without a known anti-Leishmania drug, will it elicit any synergistic effect against the promastigote and the mastigote forms of the parasite? So for the purpose of this study, I'm interested in the second, I'll be presenting on the second research question, and specifically when that has been done on the promastigote. So first of all, we sought to investigate the effect of these compounds on the cellular proliferation of Leishmania donovani. And here, low phase of the parasites were obtained and treated with varying concentrations of the positive control. And in this case, my positive control was amphotericin B, and the known anti-Leishmania drug, glutathione, and then the 10 phenolic compounds. So at the end of the what I observed was that I had IC50 of 0.04 for amphotericin B, and then the known anti-Leishmania drug I had around 3.7 millimolar, and then for curcumin, 21.48. Okay, so some of the phenolic compounds are of interest. I want to show you. Apigenin, I had around 27, rosmarinic 16, and hesperidin, which is also a phenolic compound, had like 1.3 millimolar. So this is a table that is showing the list of the phenolic compounds and then their controls. And it was interesting to see that it was interesting to see that when I assessed the effect of these compounds on 264.7, the selectivity index was greater than 10 for hesperidin, curcumin, rosmarinic acid, and apigenin. And moving forward, I thought to use them for most of the acids. And for glutathione, I had a selectivity index of 0.08, and it's confirming that which has been reported in literature that is highly toxic in its use. Okay, so having obtained the predetermined IC50 of the individual compounds, I used the modified fixed ratio isobologram method for the combination therapy to be able to investigate the drug interaction that exists between the compounds. So for the phenolic compound combination, I only had just these two reacting. These are the interesting results I could think of. So for this graph, curcumin and rosmarinic acid combination, I had 6 dose response curves. So the one colored red is curcumin alone, the one in blue is rosmarinic acid alone, and the remaining are the combination. So if you look at it critically, you observe that for the black and the green, they are shifting to the left, indicating that a lower concentration of these compounds elicits an appropriate inhibitory effect. And then the drug interaction that was found was for combination 2 and 3 was synergy, and 4 and 5 was antagonist. And then the overall functional inhibitory concentration was 0.93, which is good. So for the phenolic compounds glutathione combination, I only had one of the compound, that's hesperidin, having a synergistic interaction with glutathione, which is used highly in Brazil. So here, it was observed that for hesperidine, that's the one colored in red, the dose response in red, and for glutathione is in blue, and the remaining are the combination. It was observed that for combination 3, 4, and 5, they all had a shift to the left, indicating synergy, and then the drug interaction type was also depicted as synergetic for 3, 4, and 5. The overall functional inhibitory concentration was 0.55. Please, next slide. So, okay, you got your combination. So what? I wanted to see, okay, will it cause any cytotoxic effect to the host cell, because the study is highly focused on ion chelation. So at the end of it, I did the combinations that elicited synergetic effect to see whether they have any effect on host cell. And here, interestingly, for curcumin rosmarinic acid combination 2, I had a selectivity index of 71.36, which is far more encouraging than the individual compounds. And for curcumin combination 3, 13.5, I'll take it because it's still above 10. However, for the hesperidine and glutathione combination, I had a selectivity index that was greater than 10 for the combination other than for glutathione alone. So moving forward, the combinations are good and I can work with them. So we next was to investigate how are they killing? What is the growth rate of the parasites in the presence of the compounds? So here, I did a growth kinetics using Tricam Blue exclusion method, and comparing the untreated, which is colored blue, there was an exponential growth from the 0 hour to 120 hour. However, for the combination, that is red and black, it was observed that after 24 hours, parasite density decreased significantly by 91%. And for relative to the untreated, and for the individual compounds, parasite density was around 62 and 98% after 48 hours. That's for curcumin and rosmarinic acid. For hesperidine and glutathione, for the combination, parasite density decreased by 78.7 relative to the untreated, and the individual compound also had around 54. So in conclusion, for me to be able to get enough parasites for downstream acids, I sought to take parasites, I cultured parasites for 12 hours so that I'll have enough parasites and investigate the mechanism of cell death or the mechanism of action of these compounds. Okay, so interesting, the compounds are dying in the growth kinetics. I mean, they are all approaching 0. So we sought to quantify the number of cells that are undergoing apoptosis and those that are undergoing necrosis. And here we use calcium AMA and potassium iodide, the double labeling. And interestingly, this is what we had. For the untreated cells, a majority of the cells, about 97%, were healthy, and they were found in the 4th quadrant. Cells that were cannibalized with 70% ethanol had around 50% of the cells undergoing necrosis, which is the 1st quadrant, and then about 50% also undergoing late apoptosis, indicating that the assay is feasible and it's working all right. So I went on to do my treatment. For my treatment, curcumin is excellent. It's killing. But most of the cells were in the late apoptosis state, around 98%. And for rosmarinic acid, majority of the cells were undergoing necrosis. For the combination, that's combination 2, most of the cells were in late apoptosis for curcumin rosmarinic acid combination 2. And then for combination 3, interestingly, the percentage was evenly spread. So it's my data, so I have to still present it like that. But for hesperidine, something interesting was observed. Compare hesperidine and the combination, and hesperidine and glutathione, the combination. What was observed was that for hesperidine, majority of the cells, around 61%, were undergoing late apoptosis, that is in this quadrant up. For glutathione, majority were undergoing necrosis, that is my top. Okay, that's my top left. Okay, so the combination showed more of the cells undergoing late apoptosis relative to the individual compounds. Yeah, so and we couldn't show much of the data, but wanted to see, based on the functionality of the mitochondria, how does the mitochondria get affected in the presence of treatment. So here we used JP10 dye, and then the ratio of green to red fluorescence was estimated. And here was observed that for the phenolic compounds and their combination, they felt there was some form of hyperpolarization, meaning potential increased. And next we estimated the ATP content. It was significantly decreased for all the treatment, and then the mitochondrial ROS was also significantly elevated. So these events may be the possible cause of the parasite death. So in conclusion, this is the first systematic study of interaction between the anti-Leishmania drug glutathione and phenolic compounds against Leishmania donovani for mastigotes. And the combination treatment proposed here may represent a new option for Leishmaniasis chemotherapy, where we will retain the first drug while potentially lowering the incidence of adverse effects and the risk of emergence of antimonial unresponsive strain. So I'd like to acknowledge my supervisors, Dr. Teresa, and Dr. Calvin, and Dr. Yamdela, and then my funders, Gershwan from Ghana, Wabe from my institution in Banga, Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have time for questions. Questions? Paul.
Sorry. I'm just your another compounds iron chelators, and iron is very important, as you mentioned in the basic response. So, do you think in an animal, in a real system, that essentially you've dampened down the iron response and maybe prevent the inflammation, so you get less pathology, and maybe allow a lowering of the real drug, you like the prediction is all I'm asking.
Yeah, okay, so this is a challenge we are facing. So the main focus is to get a chelator that will elicit treatment within a short time. And we saw that with the good kinetic. I mean, within 24 hours, we will be able to clear the parasite. So, and the dosage we are using have gone down. So there's minimal dose. So we are speculating that there's other studies in in vivo models where we hope to be able to elucidate the safety of these compounds in host cells. So preliminary data shows that it's fine. With the CC50, it's okay. So we hope that within the in vivo we'll get more to answer this question.
Good work, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now the next speaker is Claude Rosset, lecturer from the University of Yaoundé in Cameroon.
I did my.
You tell us. No, because here.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Esson. Today I will present my work, which the title is Bioactive Compound Isolation Reported Antimicrobial Activity from Caracolumba, Wenenchi, and Placotia moschenifera. This is the outline of my work. Nature is considered today as the most important source of drug discovery for medicinal plant use in various treatment of human diseases. In many developing countries, people still depend on local medicinal plants for their primary health needs. Treatment by traditional plant medicine is often dangerous, or at least ineffective due to the poor knowledge of the toxicity and the effect amount of given by the traditional healer. Besides that, there is a global consensus of the benefit of phytopharmacy, and the present medicinal plant occupy a key position in plant research and medicine. The importance of plant in medicine remains even a greater relevance with the current global shift of 10 drugs from plant sources, as a result of which attention has been given to the medicinal value of herbal remedy for safety, efficacy, and economy. Plants constitute an important source of active ingredients which differ widely in terms of structure and therapeutic properties. A continuing investigation into the secondary plant metabolite for anti-infective property has gained importance in recent years because of the alarming increase in resistance of pathogenic microorganisms to existing antibiotics. Considering the great importance of natural products, there is a continued and urgent need to discover new, safe, and effective antimicrobial compounds which direct chemical structure and novel mechanisms of action. It is then important for phytochemists and pharmacologists to work and come up with answers to the question related to antimicrobial activity, toxicity, doses of various associations of decoctions given to patients. We intend to valorize Cameroonian medicinal plants and justify the use of the chosen species in traditional medicine in Central Africa by evaluating their antimicrobial activity. Also, previous antimicrobial properties of the phytochemical form Calacomba and Flacotia genera remain poorly investigated. Phytochemical and biological screening reporting for Calacomba and Flacotia genera show that mainly triterpene, alkaloid, cyclopentanoid, amino acid, flavonoid, and cyclooctane are isolated, and some of them show antimicrobial properties. Benga et al. In 2021 isolate 2 triterpenoids, both with good antimicrobial activity on 2 bacteria species. Aboy and al. In 2017 isolate 2 alkaloids with weak to good antifungal activity, respectively on Candida albicans. So, Calacomba wetwishi and Flacotia vogeli are mostly strong or a tree with around 4 to 40 meters, mainly distributed in rainforests of tropical Africa. Calacomba and Flacotia genera are used in traditional medicine in several Central African countries for the treatment of ailments including leprosy, syphilis, weakness of limbs, bronchitis, and skin eruption. So the main objective of my work was to identify probiotic compounds isolate from our chosen plant species suitable for further development to fight the rising incidence of microbial disease, which is refractory to current treatment using a guided fractionation method with different chromatography, spectroscopy, and bioassay. So, Calacomba wetwishi, the first part of Calacomba wetwishi and Flacotia vogeli were collected in Central, West, and South region of Cameroon with a botanist. After cutting, they were dried under the shade for a few weeks and ground into the powder. This powder was soaked in methanolic solvent at room temperature 3 days, 3 times. And the extra solvent were removed using water evaporator to obtain crude extract. These crude extracts were analyzed to see if they have antimicrobial activity. So the active extracts were fractionated and the fraction were tested. The active fraction were purified using color chromatography, and the obtained pure compound were characterized using modern spectroscopic techniques, and also the pure compound were tested to see if they have antimicrobial activity. So the methanolic crude extract of the strong bark of Calacomba wetwishi and the root of Flacotia vogeli show moderate antimicrobial activity, and 2 different fractions of each of the extracts contain good activity. For the both species, we isolate 29 compounds from the active fraction of Calacomba wetwishi. For the active fraction of the strong bark of Calacomba wetwishi, we isolate 15 compounds with 4 new ones, and the active fraction of the root of Flacotia vogeli, we isolate 14 compounds with 1 new. So on the strong back of Calacombra welwitschii, the 11 no compounds were identified by comparison with the report data, with the majority being triterpene and sterol. So this is the compound. And the 4 new compounds are all friedland. 3 friedland lactone, namely welwitschii lactone D2F, and 1 friedland acid, namely welwitschinol acid. So this is the compound that we isolate. All of them are new. So we didn't do the antimicrobial activity on the isolate compound due to the fact that when we send the compound outside, the bar were raw, and we just say that they didn't receive compound. So that's the challenge of Africa also. Next. So for this work, I published 1 paper. For the root of Flacotia bourgeois, the new compound was identified, and namely bourgeoninal. The 13 no compound were emergency triterpenoid and sterol. So this is the 14th compound we isolate on the methanolic group extract of Flacotia bourgeois. So the compound, the extract, the fraction, and the compound of the root of Flacotia bourgeois were sent to analysis. And what we observe here is that the compound 1, 4, 8, and 13 show weak activities. Weak activity, and the other compound were not active. This result may suggest an antagonist synergy along the compound taken alone, compared to when they are in the fraction. So, Professor just explained what about the bioassay fractionation. You say sometimes you can have a fraction which is active and then the compound are not active. But you have a fraction which is not active, and then inside you see the compound which is more active. So this is the big challenge that we have when we do the bioassay guarding and isolation. And for this work, I also published in 1 paper. So I will not end down acknowledge all the organization we contribute. We contribute me to present this work, and also my university and the Agnes grant to have me to do that work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations for the time. We have time for questions. Some questions? Yes.
Yeah, I want to ask you, new whether you isolated.
Yeah.
How the structure with the already isolated
It's not the basic skeleton, that's the function that is around the skeleton. I don't know if you understand.
Yeah.
So the skeleton is friedland, yes, but now there is some substitution.
Okay.
I think I pronounced well. Substitution around the skeleton will make it different from what we already have.
You have the structure. Another question I will ask: so this substitution can we do to maybe solvents or something during the isolation process, or it's the water that is producing?
No. It's not about solvent, because when you do the isolation process, it's a big process. So you started with ester, and when you have ester, you use a TLC. With the TLC, you can have an average amount of compound you have inside, and then when you fractionate it, you have more, let's say, clarity. Let's say, and then you compare. When you move on, you compare with the TLC. So TLC is like a marker for you. Yeah, a guide.
Okay. Question? Paul.
I've just, after we discussed yesterday, I think, the potential toxicity of terpenoids to mammals, have you got any feeling or plan any experiments to test the toxicity of your isolation?
For the Flacotia usually, I think it was not such here. But for the first plant, Caracomba, I did because my combo was no.
So anyway, interesting work, but yeah, be interested to see if they have any toxic effect on the mammalian cells in the first image.
Yeah, the first step is this, and then the next step is the toxicity because it's one compound can have an activity, good activity for human. So when you have the activity, this is the first step, and then you move on from to see now if it's toxic or less. And then now you can play if you have to reduce the toxicity. Well, sometimes we do synthesis to see if the toxicity is according for the function around the skeleton or yeah.
Thank you.
This is the next step.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, the next speaker is from Niger Mahamam Irisa Abu Dhabi. Okay, let me thank you very much.
Thank you. It's not my presentation.
This one, yes.
Yes. Okay, hello everyone. The presentation that I want to do is on the title Anti-Leishmanial and Anti-Malarial Activities of Acute Extract of 9 plants from Niger used in the treatment of infectious disease. So on this slide, you can see the plan of the presentation. So in introduction, we can say that Leishmaniasis is neglected tropical disease caused by the parasite belonging to the Trypanosomidae family and the genus Leishmania. So we have two forms of this parasite, the prosmatigotes and the amastigotes. And the clinical forms are the cutaneous Leishmaniasis, the visceral Leishmaniasis, and the mucocutaneous Leishmaniasis. So here we can see the geographical distribution of this disease. On the other hand, malaria is a public health problem. According to WHO, malaria is responsible for 212 million of clinical cases, with 90% of which are in Sub-Saharan Africa. More than 400,000 of deaths, and the children under 5 years old are the most affected. In Niger, in 2020, Niger is one of the 6 African countries that can account for more than 50% of global malaria cases and deaths. So the observations are some drugs such as amphotericin B and methotrexate were antifungal and anti-cancer drugs, respectively, that were repositioned for the treatment of Leishmaniasis. The available treatments of Leishmaniasis have some concerns such as the toxicity, the resistance, the route of administration. For Plasmodium, it's a parasite which developing resistance to the available treatments. So the alternative, therefore, natural products from vegetable origin become welcome to be explored because Niger, our country, possesses a very rich biodiversity. So the study of medicinal plants used by the population is therefore essential because it could lead to the validation of traditional medicine, the discovery of new molecules with potential activities. The main objective of this work is to search for non-toxic anti-parasite fraction or compound from plants
specifically to evaluate the in vitro anti-leishmanial and anti-plasmodial activities of extract from plants, evaluate the cytotoxicity and the toxicity of active extract fraction or compound, determine the mechanism of action of the active compound. So for this, we use some material and methods. So to choose the plants, we did the traditional, we checked on the traditional pharmacopoeia and an ethnobotanical survey to do a sorting and a selection of 9 plants which are submitted for a bioguided investigation and to choose the active extract for the bioguided fractionation. So the plant material are the whole plant of Cassia italica, Limeum pterocarpum, Apium, Asapolia, Nefaris, Narcodia, and Ferenchus pentandris. The leafy stems of Bosia senegalensis, the bark of Strychnos inocia, Parinari macrophylla, and Zimenia americanum. And the biological material are the Leishmania donobani strain. So here we can see some picture of a selected plant for the studies. Next slide. So for the anti-leishmanial activity, we did the anti-leishmanial of the aqueous extract using the spectrophotometric method with resazurin as the revelator of the activities. Next slide. For the in vitro antiplasmodial assay, we did it using the cybergreen method, using on 2 strains of Plasmodium PFDD2, which is a multi-resistant strain, and PF3D7, which is a chloroquine sensitive strain. So this scale was used to predict the activity of the extract. And this Microsoft Excel was used to calculate the inhibition percentage and graph path prism answer for the calculation of IC50. Okay, so the table 1 shows us the result of anti-leishmanial activity of aqueous extracts from the 9 plants. So we can see on this table that the aqueous extracts of Cassia italica have shown the most active, the best activity among the tested extracts with IC50 at 21.2 microgram per mil. So in the literature, we do a review to see which compounds are already isolated from Cassia italica and which compounds are already tested. And we found that quercetin was tested for its anti-leishmanial activity and were active at with IC50 at 1 microgram per mil. And rutein was also tested with IC50 at more than 30 microgram per mil. So the table 3 shows us the antiplasmodial activities on PFDD2 of aqueous extract obtained from the 9 plants. And we can see that the aqueous extracts of Ferenchus pentandris show the best activity with IC50 at 2.19 microgram per mil. So from this aqueous extracts, we did a liquid partition, and the fraction were also tested on the 2 strains of Plasmodium PFDD2 and PF3D7, and we can see that the butanolic fraction shows the best activity with IC50 at 1.88 microgram per mil. So from the ethyl acetate fraction, we isolate 5 compounds, and the 4 are not active. Only compound PP12 is active with IC50 at 8.4 microgram per mil. So here we have the structure of the isolated compound. The compound PPI2 is gallic acid. PPI1 is sterol. PPI3 is the glycoside of beta sitosterol, and PPI4 is epicatechin. In conclusion, we can say that the accused extract of Cassia italica exhibited the best anti-leishmanial activity on prosmatigote from form of Leishmania donovani. The phytochemical screening showed the presence of polyphenol, flavonoid, and sterol. The extract of Phyllanthus pentandris shows the highest activity against plasmodial strain. Since our work is still in its early stage, we plan for the anti-leishmanial activity to fractionate the extract of Cassia italica, do the LCMS analysis of the accused extract of this plant, evaluate the cytotoxicity of the accused extract of Cassia italica. So I can end this presentation without thanking all the collaborators for this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Yes, Valkyria.
Oh, thank you for the presentation.
Yes,
The question is related to the extraction. Why you chose aqueous extraction? Is that because you only have this infusion, and that is some that works?
okay, I choose accused extraction because when I started the work, it's the solvent the order of solvent is already done, but the solvent are not there. So I start with water to extract and then test. After I did already ethanolic extraction too.
I just would like to suggest that all you go to the least page and everything, you do this second plastic, let's say first, to see if it's worth doing all the work.
Yes. Okay.
You have to know your conditions if you have.
This is the next step.
Say the work.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is, how do you settle on the note?
How
How do you settle on the 9 months of one?
how did I?
How did you finally select those 9 plants?
I did the ethnobotanical survey, and through the literature again, I think that I present one slide which explains the choice of the plants. Botanical from the available on internet and other.
Yeah, just to ask for the plasmodium, which regulations do different strains, right? So which are you using, which extract specifically? Which stage is it, the Shizon or the which stage or
The stage of we did it on the stage of the merozoites.
And thank you for the next presentation. I have a question on the increase on the positive culture. I have a question on the increase of positive confidence in everyone. Why did you increase probably the others and what did you get with the one?
I did the essay on the two strands because they are the only available at in the lab.
And the good that you have certain that's for currently chloroquine is not resistant against chloroquine. So you may end up getting some data, but it may not impact the malaria. So maybe to narrow down that this as the positive malaria.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It depends on the strain of the malaria, they are working with the lab. Most lab will use taking brings give and back skills. So it's not systematic.
Thank you very much. So next speaker is Ukbe Ahima from the University of Jos in Nigeria. I don't know if Jos or Jos, the University Jos. Jos. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ukbe Ahima. I'm from the University of Jos in North Central Nigeria. I'll be presenting a part of my ongoing work entitled Bioactive-Guided Isolation and Characterization of Anti-Malarial Principles from Landolphia Wariensis leaf extract. By way of introduction, malaria is a parasitic disease caused by various species of plasmodium parasite, and it's transmitted via bites of the infected female Anopheles mosquito. It's majorly a disease of poverty, and we can see from the diagram that the tropical and subtropical regions of the world are the most affected by the disease, comprising parts of sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, and South America. Unfortunately, Africa is bearing the burden of the disease. 80% of cases and 90% of deaths occur in Africa. So it's an African problem. The plant I work on is named Landolphia wariensis. It belongs to the family Apocynaceae. It's commonly known as white rubber vine or chiwo in Hausa, which is a local Nigerian language. Depending on where it's grown, it can grow as a shrub when it's found in savanna, or it can grow as a liana when it's in the tropics. I will have a picture there, the whole plant and the leaves, which is the part I worked on. So the study was aimed at isolating and characterizing the antimalarial principles in the leaves of this plant. It's used traditionally to treat malaria and other conditions, and some pharmacological studies have been done on the leaves, but they stopped at the level of food extract. So we're trying to see if we isolate a specific compound responsible. So the plant was collected, was identified and authenticated by taxonomists. The leaves were washed and dried under a shade and subsequently powdered. And the powder was extracted successively by maceration with a number of solvents starting from N-hexane non-polar all the way to water. So we had 5 extracts, and these extracts were subjected to phytochemical screening to identify the classes of phytochemicals present there. And subsequently went ahead to do biological studies on those 5 extracts. Of course, we had to obtain ethical approval because we used human blood for some of the in vitro assays, and also we did animal studies, so we had to get ethical clearance for both aspects. So for the acute oral toxicity studies, we used the OECD 423 guidelines. We did a female Wista albino rats, which are found more sensitive in this assay. It's a 14-day assay, and subsequently we did in vitro antimalarial screening using the parasite lactate dehydrogenase assay for the 5 extracts. We wanted to identify the most active among the 5 crude extracts to focus on that for the isolation. We found the ethyl acetate extract to be the most active. Our subsequently subjected it to bioassay guided fractionation. Now we had a problem at this point because we initially planned to use a PLDH assay for the fractionation, but it was simply too expensive for us to do that. We couldn't afford the reagents to do multiple steps of fractionation. So we checked the literature and got an alternative assay, a TLC biophotographic method using a study of inhibition of beta-hematine formation, which is similar to the mechanism of action of chloroquine. So we have to develop that method, which had been reported previously, and used it to guide the fractionation. So we combined open color chromatography, preparative TLC, together with the assay, and we have to isolate a compound from the ethyl acetate fraction. Now that compound is characterized using LCMS, NMR, and the other techniques. Like I said, the work is still ongoing, so we don't have a lot of results to present, but for what I've done so far, we have to identify the dichromethane extract as having the highest yield, 2.91%. We started with about 11 kg of the dried powdered material, and we got the highest yield from dichloromethane. The usual suspects can be found as the phytochemical constituents, flavonoids, and so on, but we found that they are more concentrated in the more polar extracts. They still stay in methanol and water, unlike the non-polar extract. For the acute oral toxic studies, the extracts we all found were relatively safe. All of them had LD50 values above 2,000 mg per kg body weight, and no mortality was seen in any of the groups seen in the extracts. However, when we did histopathological studies on the organs, we found that the N-hexane and dichloromethane extracts produced pathological changes in those two organs. At this point, we can't tell whether those are transient changes or if they are permanent damage to the organ. So they may need to do a longer term study to actually find if those are long-term damage to the like the most active, IC50 was not fantastic, about 29 microgram per mil, but it was the most active among all the 5 extracts, and activity decreased in that order. For the compound we isolated, we're still battling the elucidation, but we believe it's a flavor. Yes. I'm happy for feedback. The isolated compound, and after we did the characterization, we didn't have any to do any biological studies. That was the problem. Secondly, the PLDH assay showed low throughput, and the cost I mentioned earlier was too expensive for us to purchase some of the reagents, so we couldn't use it consistently for the fractionation. Of course, the beta-hematine inhibitory assay also has a problem. Any compound that doesn't act via that mechanism cannot be detected by that method. So we may have missed out on some compounds which are active as antimalarials, but couldn't be picked out using that TLC method. And then finally, we had a problem of equipment. As well as last I checked, we had only one functional NMR in Nigeria, and it wasn't working consistently. So we had to send samples out of the country. It was expensive and also time consuming. So the next steps, we intend to establish the fractionation and isolation part. We want to repeat it to see if we can get more quantity of the compound for in vivo test of that isolated compound. We also had a number of other fractions that, or sub-fractions that we are relatively clean, 2-3 spots that we want to further clean up to characterize. And then finally, we saw that the methanol extract had the second best activity and want to try to isolate the saponins. It was found to reach a saponin, so we want to isolate saponins and test them for antimalarial activity, and if promising, we can further isolate and characterize them.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so I want to acknowledge IFS, who gave me some funding to support this work. I also acknowledge my university, who provided lab space and equipment to use. And also the traditional medicine practitioner, he guided us to the forest where we harvested the plant. He has been using it to treat his malaria patients, and he was very helpful. And Azila helped with the identification and authentication of the plant. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Question? Yes.
It's more of a suggestion. It's your biochemical screen, and you can predict the highest level. The compound is lab by giving colorimetric TLC, CTLC, the colorimetric reagents, and give that equation. So then you can have the NMR.
Yes, we've done that. We use the spray reagent specific for flavonoids, which gave us a positive test. That's why we are confident that it's a flavonoid. Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I just wanted to ask whether you managed to do the full characterization of that compound where you get the stamp for the bioactivity testing. Because if you have done the full characterization, would be
Yes, we did. We got about 12 milligrams of the compound, which we sent for the characterization. And we did 1D, 2D NMR, HSQC, TMDC, depth, and the others. So we did a full characterization. Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask if you perform the revision of the data in my most of the information.
Yes, on the TLC, please.
On the,
It's a bioautographic method.
okay, so you use the synthesized MU.
Yes, we purchased it. So it's
Because I wanted to recommend you another method. This is the plasmodiums that strand in the contribution to produce the mosaic and then integrate this infection.
okay. In vitro.
Yes.
Okay.
Patrick.
More very general comment. Not really studying, looking at lots of flowers. What is the likelihood of these actually being biologically, significantly biologically active? The role, I think, is largely antioxidant. Is that why we're thinking of now?
Well,
Not really interesting for you.
Okay.
But all the
Generally
flavonoids, quercetin, epidemic, they all have very similar functions.
that's true.
Yes. Answer. Do you want to answer the comment? No.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
My comment is that a lot of, what's a question and comment, I don't know, there's a lot of the compounds in here have been identified, and not flavonoid, polyproteinoid, which are quite related that those have quite strong antioxidant response. How likely these to be significant in their activity, or is it simply a depression of the antioxidant response?
I think until we test, we can't tell until we actually carry out the test.
But it's the preponderance of flavonoids coming out. I mean, they're hugely abundant in plants. It's a natural product that's hugely made. I don't know the answer.
And comstech in China. Their production was there. They were included in production, so they were able to do most of the. So that was their.
They're stimulating the depletion of loss. Reducing loss of the evidence. That's nice.
Yeah, okay, that's a very good comment. And what we find is that when the activity of the plasmodium is stronger on the intracellular parasite than on the master. That says yes, the effect is because on the T cell, you don't have too much to get them to prevent because it's T cell. So we have come across with some hormones that are more active on the intracellular and
I think going back to the essentiality of testing, they both stages, which is hard. Probably more.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker, last speaker from this session is Sarobidi Shan Colette from Madagascar.
Good morning.
My name is Saiki. You can call me Precious. I'm from Madagascar. As you can see on the screen, the subject of my presentation is the study of production of marine lipids from the southwest coast of Madagascar for biotechnological valorization. Marine environment is human worth. It contributes to give us food, water, and energy. Marine environment contains also resource diversity. According to OECD, biotechnology is application of science is a for lipid marine origin. They have a potential sources of polyunsaturated fatty acid. So the objective of the study is to know the lipid content of the collective acidians. Acidians are marine animals intermediate between invertebrates and vertebrates. They are macrophage filter feeders and hermaphrodites. They can be sexual or asexual reproduction. They are aquatic larvae, free and swimming with rudimentary groups, and when they become adult, they are sessile. According to their physical appearance, there are 3 types of acidians: simple acidians, social acidians, and compound acidians. Our study site is located on Tuliar, mainly on Jacaiu and Filmitahi, on the southwest of Madagascar, and the laboratory is Palormar. So to collect our sample, we was doing diving by means of scuba suit depth greater than 5 meters on the random sampling according to the dispersion of acidian. We pull it with a knife, washed with seawater, and put in color and covered with ice for preservation and then frozen. So to prepare the lipidic extract of acidian, we choose method of fall because it responds to the particularity of lipidic constitution of aquatic products, and also it allows the extraction of all lipids from the most polar to the least polar. So there are 3 steps on this method. First, preparation of mixture. Second, material treatment, and the third, evaporation of solvent. Firstly, we mix the solvent 400 milliliters of chloroform. After we cut the salt, we agitate and take rest, and after maceration. After that, we filter the material, add 0.7% of the chlorine sodium, shaken vigorously, and left to rest until the 2 phases are clearly separated. After that, the evaporation of solvent by the thermophore, and in total, we mixed 127 grams of acidian collected in Filmitahi, the species Tidemnon mol, and Phalusica arabica, Polycarpa madagascarensis, and Sigillina sinifera, collected to Racaiu. In total, we get 1.04 grams of lipid and yield 0.18 82% of lipid. So chemical properties of acidians. Acidian contains tunicin, polysaccharides, sulfate, protein, silica substance, and lipids. It contains also 27% nitrogenous and 13% of inorganic matter. Our result shows that it contains 1.04 gram fat for 127 grams. It is different from the result of USDA, about 0.5 gram for fat for 100 grams of acidian. The difference is because we will different species used, different extraction method, and different sample weight. So, valorization of the marine lipids and acidian. Marine lipids are used on the research and test and used in aquaculture, and essentially fatty acids sold in the form of gel capsule as a food supplement. And for acidians, it is consumed in some quantities for health, used also as bait and protein source in aquaculture, and it contains plasmogen. The functional properties of lipids. Marines are anti-inflammatory properties, anti-cancer, and antimicrobial. So to conclude, we can say that marine animals are highly studied in the field of marine biotechnology. Also, it produces lipids with important roles and exploited in developed countries thanks to their metabolism. So there are different valorization of lipids, and it is spread in environment in extremely variable proportion. And our study shows that lipid rate acidian is 0.82. So I will not end this presentation without thanking SCBS University, Tulane University, GSRF, comstech, University of Nairobi, and our institute. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Questions? Well,
thank you, Precious. It's very nice to hear something extracted not from plants. This is a general question. I wondered if you, I noticed two anti-leishmaniasis from respectively fungi and bacteria. Do you think, from your experience, it's more likely you'll get anti-parasitics or anti-infectives from marine life than from plant life due to their exposure, perhaps, in different ways to pathogens in the oceans?
That's why I say
So yes or no?
yes or no? Yes.
And why? Anyway, it looks like a very fun project with deep sea, a lot of scuba diving and collection of very animals.
I have one excellent work. Do you plan to analyze which kind of lipids do you have? I mean, natural lipids, saturated, unsaturated, and see where
It is my perspective to analyze the text of the contents of the accidents or another study.
Okay, excellent presentation. Congratulations to the young people. Thank you very much. Now Salomon will tell us if we have time for coffee or not. Yes?
Yes.
10 minutes? Yeah. It's okay, 10 minutes?
To achieve together, we already back in 15 minutes, please. That's 5 to 15 minutes.
Yes, because it's. Anyway, I don't very long. Oh, yeah, okay. We're coming up now. Because here. By battery.
You can check with them if we can't forward his laptop.
Oh, I'll tell.
Even he's coming.
Okay, okay.
Oh, period. Well, that's where we realize that you I still have to think I'll go back. The whole of it is so we I mean, there's sitting up
First, breakfast, and some sleep.
Yeah, exactly. So I'd like to have like a minimum of 7 hours sleep. Not six, not okay.
Yeah.
You want to find someone take some money out of it. What kind of doing we have
Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes.
Maybe you're not going for tea?
No, no.
Eh? Oh, you did. Okay, so
I think the tea people have given up.
I think they've had enough for us. And in fact, they're saying our land could be delayed because we do not come to time.
But we're also, just for your information, the the AA lodges have been in touch and they're picking us up at 7 a.m. So just so you know where we're going to be.
So, this is the significant for the water. Provides for good circulatory. And these are those small.
Okay.
Is that all?
Should we add them up and then you can
Yeah.
So it's probably easier to do add them up, I add them up, and one of us will be right.
So, more or less.
So I just want to confirm the airport. Yeah, yes. So this is kind of airport parking. Yes. Yeah. Well, parking in there for the. Just to get over, yeah. The parking. Yeah.
Yes, teacher. You can just come into the hall. Right?
Oh, what?
Next one is. The one is water plus this battery. Oh yeah, that's water as well. Water plus battery. This is. Okay. Agree? Yeah. We'll start with the verse now. I'll give you the money for the taxes. Okay. And then if you just what's on the overseas, for the tax, yeah. So even when you $16. 19, 20, it'll become clear that the rest of it. Right. The rest. So calculation, you got those together. This thing, I know what's not days. It's terrible, isn't it? Watch on my multiplication table. My memory just goes. You find the information for that, you think that you knew it 20 years ago. Oh, of course, you're an honest man. No. Well, you know, it's so accountable to funders and things. Yeah. So, he was sorry to ask for this. I know, normal six to things. Because the things are more people and they can. So the only thing. Yeah. I mean, there's two things, isn't there? There's the, both of these have been processed and should be on the back. One of them should go down the. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Usually they need you're from the tip. Oh, you're from the tip. I haven't known him. No, you're joking. There's more than that. Yeah. So that's what we are not. Yes. We find you doing lunch, fine. But if you don't, but she can go there. I mean, I'm going to take time because yeah. Then we need finish everything because just want to go to the market shop. Oh, that one was made for your presentation at what time? Okay. Make sure he's here. So how? Have you given me a presentation? You given me your presentation?
I don't have slides.
Oh, this time. I know you are articulate normally. I know you are articulate.
So are we ready?
Yes, so then I have to get those guys to come in. Yeah, we'll just put it on now. We do that with one. That's me. So we should get started. The first one is media.
So shall we start? So welcome back. The first speaker of this session is Soha Mohammed Ahmed, and she will talk about infectious diseases and viral-based types of density. So please welcome Soha. Is that up? Yes.
So hi.
Hello, everyone. Initially, I would like to thank comstech, all the organizers, to give us this great opportunity to meet each other and to meet those outstanding facilitators who present us a really great, knowledgeable presentation. Well, I'm not going to give you a formal presentation because I'm not starting my PhD here, but I a little bit want to share with you what I'm doing. 6 months ago, I joined 2 research groups. One of them is Sudan. The research group named Cervical Cancer Research Group. It is a huge research group funded by WHO, containing nearly 17 subgroups or 17 research groups in it. The first one is a survey. We're going to screen all the Sudan to know the prevalence and the incidence of cervical cancer, which are being caused by HPV or human papillomavirus. My role, which is already my major in molecular biology, I joined the research number 15, which is studying the molecular, especially the epigenetic effect of a specific type of genes named as tumor suppressor gene. So we are aiming to see if there is an epigenetic role of the virus to make those women having a cancer or being in pre-cancerous state or even non-cancerous state at all. So now we are in the stage of collecting the samples. Because the project number 1 will give the samples for the rest of 16 projects. Because it is a survey, we collect the samples from each country or area in Sudan. We propose to start our lab work on the July this year, because this is the end time of the survey. So may another time we will join and share with you our results. But we mainly proposing to have an effect of the viral infected women and cause a little relationship with developing the pre-cancer state or being in cancer state for women. So this is concerning the first project. The second one in Uganda, I attended a meeting in June on the last year in TV. The conference mainly about the pandemic preparedness and global catastrophic biological risk mitigation and response. So after the conference, the owners proposed to have a project to put those knowledge that we studied in the conference in action. They proposed 2 types of project. One of them is developing a early career researcher to know more about GCBR or global catastrophic biological risk. And the other one is to developing rapid warning system to detect those global catastrophic biological risk. So my role actually is an assistant researcher in the second project as a stakeholder engagement leader responsible to develop or to make a material on how we can put those GCBR research in action in order to develop our system. So the system actually is collecting the data from different countries of Africa, and those data will be monitoring and treated by using different algorithms. It is a kind of AI. And then we have an end, we are going to have an outcome with what we call a predictive analysis. So this predictive analysis will give us a 3 points of controlling any type of biological risk, which is the one is to how to predict in which country we are going to have a COVID again, in which aggressiveness, which age group will be going to be affected more than the other. So if this is in the prediction part. And the second thing is how this country will respond, which ministry should start first, and which are the resources that we need in order to mitigate or counter the infection in this area. And the last thing is to further prevent to have this disease in this area again. So counting on predictive analysis, it gives an insight really, really good one to put Africa in a way that may help her to be the first content to countering with GCBR, because we are most prone areas of those GCBR since our history. So this is mainly the second project that I joined. On this project now, we are developing proposal. The main country that we're going to lead or be an admin, it is Uganda. So the system admin will be in Uganda. We are proposing to piloting with 5 main countries. One of them is Kenya. So I'm really happy to be here with one of our collaborators from Hillary and Kimberly, which is the Livestock Institute of Research and Kenyan Medical Institute of Research. They help us a lot on developing proposals how we can make this project here in art or in something that we have a tangible effect to our community. So that is mainly what I want to share with you. So thank you again. If you have anything to be declared again, don't be hesitate to ask. Thank you.
I think just very good luck with those ambitious and.
This is yours? Okay, the next is Lydia Kisola, and she will talk about the synthesis, molecular docking analysis, and in vitro evaluation of currently derivatives as anti-trypanosomal agent.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. Can you lift it up your phone? Yes, like that.
I'm Lydia Kisola, and I'll be giving a talk which is about the synthesis of 1,4 dihydroxyapathenone derivatives and their in vitro anti-trypanosomal and the antiplasmodial activities. It's a project that I was doing at Rhodes University. And this is the outline, the outline of the presentation. Trypanosomiasis and malaria are protozoan infectious disease endemic in the tropical region. The parasites affect both human and domestic animals and leading to poor productivity, particularly in areas of rural Africa. Trypanosomiasis and malaria are characterized with complex life cycles that involve multiple stages, both in the transmitting vectors and in mammalian hosts, with incubation periods ranging from weeks to months. In the current, there is an urgent need for new effective drugs to treat trypanosomiasis. And the reason for this urgent need is due to the fact that the current clinically approved drugs to treat trypanosomiasis are far from satisfactory due to their side effects of high toxicity, complex routes of administration, emergence of drug resistance, and the high cost. And the figure shows the chemical structure of the clinically approved drug for trypanosomiasis. And the anthraquinone pharmacophore is a physiologically active ingredient present in many plants, microorganisms, insects, and marine animals. And generally, anthraquinones are tricyclic with a carbonyl group either at carbon number 1 and 2, or carbon number 1 and 4, or carbon 9 and 10. In terms of diversity and use in the industrial sector, the 9,10 anthraquinones are the major groups. And the anthraquinones find many uses in the industrial sector. Besides being used as safe colorants, they can also be used as chemical sensors and the DNA photooxidants. And the compounds display a wide range of biological activities, and to mention a few, the activities are antibacterial, anti-cancer, anti-filarial, anti-leishmaniasis, and some are found to be the inhibitors of human protein kinase. In cancer chemotherapy, anthraquinones, particularly anthracycline drugs, are the first line drugs in terms of efficiency and efficacy. And almost all anthracycline drugs share a common unique feature of the 1,4-dihydroxyanthraquinone. And this feature has caused the 1,4-dihydroxyanthraquinone to be used as a building block in the preparations of several other anti-infective agents. And the significance of this study comes from the fact that natural products are the sources of potentially new drugs worldwide. And the figure shows the structure of a new anthraquinone compound that was isolated from the cultures of marine fungus. And it was reported that the biological activities of 25 were not taken. And these compounds, similar to 25, with the hydroxyl alkyl group and the hydroxyl groups display interesting biological activities. It was desired to design a study that could aim to synthesize an analog for 25. And the cashew shell liquid is the byproduct of cashew agribusiness. The cashew shell liquid is a source of unique phenolic compound that can be used as low-cost starting materials in organic synthesis. In our work, we isolated anacardic acid, which is the major phenolic constituent of cashew shell liquid, and we used it as a starting material. And that we could synthesize an anthraquinone. And the scheme shows the schematic transformation of anacardic acid to oxalic acid, which is an intermediate to the synthesis of anthraquinones. Yeah, we went further to synthesize several derivatives of anthraquinone. We introduced the hydroxyl alkyl group to quinadine 10 using a modified Marchok reaction. And Marchok reaction can be defined as a carbon-carbon bond forming reaction in certainly highly deactivated anthraquinones that leads to the formation of hydroxyl alkyl anthraquinones. The alcohol functionality in the organic chemistry are versatile, and they can be used in several transformations. And we modified the alcohol to chloride 14, and we further also aminated to synthesize several amine derivatives. In the biological evaluation,
revealed that most of the compounds were found to be active against the trypanosome parasite, and very few of them displayed activity against the Plasmodium parasite. In the table shows some of the isotopes of the compound that were active against the T brucei with the docking score and the structure. In the trypanosine reductase is the genetically validated drug target enzyme of the unique trypanosine cellule-based metabolism. TLR is an essential enzyme for the proliferation of the parasite and does not occur in mammalian hosts. And the inhibition of TLR is one among the effective strategies towards developing drugs that can be active against the trypanosome. We docked our compounds to the active sites of trypanosine reductase PDBID6PU7, and the protein itself is in the polypeptide with 2 chains, and the chain B was used in the docking procedure. And that are some of the interactions of the ligands with the protein. In the molecular docking results, the Kirschner cell liquid derivative showed moderate docking score of around -5.73, while the 1,4 dihydroxyanthracnone derivative had good docking score of 7 when compared to the standard drug pentamide. Indeed, the scheme shows some of my future prospects of what I would like to do in my future so that I can get several more compounds and more compounds that I expect to be active against the infectious disease. And what can be concluded from the study is that the findings from this study indicates that the components of Kirschner liquid and the alkyl amino-substituted 1,4 dihydroxyanthracnone can be used as agents for anti-trypanosomiasis, and hence the compounds can serve as motives to construct effective drugs against trypanosomiasis. In the empirical molecular analysis results in the biological studies suggest that 1,4 dihydroxyanthracnone can be good candidates in the preparations of drug-like compounds that can be used in the development of drugs effective against the trypanosomiasis. Indeed, I would like to thank the funders of the study, Lodz University and all the university. And I would also like to thank my employer, Tanzania Industrial Research and Development Organization. And I would like to say thank you so much for each one of you here today.
Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to inquire apart from trypanosyl reductase, did you look at other proteins for why specifically details like on trypanosyl reductase, not other proteins probably present in trypanosomes?
Thank you for a very good question. Actually, I had the plan to do for several other proteins, but I was learning out of them. My PhD was like pushing me.
Solomon, mic working? Mic.
That's why
it's working?
Oh, my focus only one protein. Yes, go ahead. I want to ask. Your question for
When you were talking it, why do you think kind of find reduction could look very well explored the target? So we have an indication and quinones interact with.
Yes. Yes, I found a reference, like a literature that is showing like the tricyclic compounds can be the inhibitors of this trypanosomatic parasites. And one of the enzyme that's responsible for the disease is trypanosomatic reductase. That's why I decided to choose trypanosomatic reductase, which is the enzyme for Leishmaniasis parasite, but also trypanosomiasis.
GR label to activate and quinones either the radicals they normally work by.
Yes.
You know.
Can you repeat, Prof?
Yeah, the antiquinone you know get reduced to the diradical doesn't hide enough extraction. Which is why they're often used in anti-cancer. I wondered if that knows work with the same mechanism in anti reduction.
So he's talking about the mode of action, mechanism of antiquinone. Okay. So do you have any idea about it?
Yes, I have an idea. Yeah, the anti-cancer mode of action is the inhibition of DNA enzyme, which is for alpha-amylase. They one way work in inhibiting.
Don't you think that these are the radical formers?
Yeah,
They form the radicals during the whole process. Is there something related in design? No.
Thank you. Very, very nice to.
Thank you so much. It's nice to you.
thank you.
So next is Abdullah Segada. He will talk about the phytochemistry. Please.
I will guide you.
Morning, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jambo, thank you for introducing me, ma'am. My name is Abdullah Segda from Burkina Faso, one of the Francophone countries in Sahel region in West Africa. And I'm absolutely delighted to be here today at this outstanding University of Nairobi to attend at this international workshop. I will have a short communication, but let me start it by expressing my deepest gratitude to the authorities of this university and all the organizing committee for providing me the facilities to attend at this international event. My special thanks to Professor Catherine Lukaku for providing me the invitation letter. I would like also to thank Dr. Salomon Deresi for all the facilitation, and I'm actually enjoying Kenyan people hospitality. Asante Masa. My presence here would not have been possible without the generous support of OIC's Ministerial Funding Committee on Scientific and Technological Cooperation Comstech, under the charismatic leadership of one of the famous scientists of Pakistan that I was lucky to meet. I am his student, and I used to call him my mentor. He has just left, but I'm extremely grateful, and I will request you, ma'am, to address him, to convey him all my gratitude. I'm thankful. So, past 2 days ago, we are just talking about communicable diseases and I would like to share a part of my work on non-communicable disease. And this work topic is anti-glycation activity and cytotoxicity of 3 medicinal plants that are used traditionally in my country for diabetes management. So the presentation will follow the classical mode introduction, and I will show you the methodology, then we will discuss the result, and finally we will conclude. In introduction, we might say diabetes is a chronic disorder of carbohydrates, protein, and fat metabolism, and it is mainly characterized by a persistent hyperglycemia. And diabetes is among the top 10 causes of death in the world. And globally, more than 1 in 10 people, more than 1 in 10 adults has actually diabetes. And this statistic is expected to rise over than 700 million by 2045. So this is a critically important problem. And chronic hyperglycemia in diabetic environments leads to the formation of advanced glycation end products, AGs, which are the non-enzymatic binding of protein with reducing sugar, such as glucose or fructose. And it is also believed that these AGs are involved in diabetic-associated complications. And currently available drugs for treatment are costly and present many side effects. And so diabetes and its associated complications have a high human, social, and economic cost to countries at all income levels, posing a public health problem. On the other hand, natural products have been historically played an important role in pharmacotherapy. And it is reported that medicinal plants with anti-glycation activity properties are likely to manage diabetes complication. And in Burkina Faso, my country, our previous ethnobotanical study reported ethnomedicinal uses for diabetes management of the selected 3 plants. So we hypothesized that the extract and the fraction of these plants may have a potential therapeutic action. What do we know? Do we know about the literature? The first plant is a herbal plant and belongs to the Euphorbiaceae family. And there are so many biological activities reported on this plant, mainly diabetes, antioxidant, and phytochemistry also reported polyphenol, lignin, and tryptophan in this plant. The second plant belongs to Scopulariaceae families, and also biological activities reported by the literature reported biological activities on diabetes, antioxidant, and dermatosis. Phytochemistry studies reported also phenolic compounds such as epigidin, and anthocyanin. And the third plant belongs to Asteraceae family, and biological activities reported in antioxidant, fever, and hepatitis. Phytochemistry reported mainly saponin and flavonoid. And let's see together the methodology. We first start by plant collection. After collected plants, we dry them in shade condition and then reduce them into powder. Then we proceed to methanolic extract, methanolic 80%. And after extraction, we proceed to fractionation and then collecting all the fraction for biological history. And what about our anti-glycation acid? We first Various concentration of our extract and function were added to PSA, followed by methyl glyoxal. Methyl glyoxal is a decarbonyl which are highly reactive in human cell. So that leads to so many complications. So we have to manage it. Then we incubate it and we take the few reference. For cytotoxicity activity, we first proceed by cell viability by using dye exclusion assay. Then we count the number of cells, FG2 cells and TH1 cells. We seed them in the microplate, and then after incubation, we treat these cells with various concentration of our extract and fraction. Then we incubate them. And we use FTT assay for check viability of FG2 cells and WST1 assay for TH1 cell. Then we take the read. What about the result? This slide shows us the anti-glycation activity result. We have pre-selected fractions which were potent in anti-glycation activity. Then we choose these three fractions for cytotoxicity activity first on TH1 cell and also in FG2 cell. And then we check the viability of cells in TH1 cell because TH1 cells is directly related in inflammation response in diabetes environment. Then we try to check the toxicity of our potent fraction on these cells. And the results show us that all the fractions were not toxic on TH1 cell. Then, in drug discovery, we need to check the cytotoxicity on FG2 cell because hepatocytes are responsible for drug metabolism. So we then check the selected free fractions in FG2 cell. And in our case, we found that one ethyl acetate fraction of Striga aromatica was potent in FG2 cells. And then regarding the result that we have got, we might say that phytoconstituent before reported in our study might be responsible for this activity. And then previous author reported phytochemical anti-glycation activity. And what can we remember as conclusion? In this study, we found that ethyl acetate fraction of our third plant, Striga aromatica, was active in glycation activity, was found to be non-toxic on FG2 and TH1 cells. And these results may justify partially fractional use of growth plant in my country for diabetes management. And for future evaluation, we need to check the profile of all the fractions before the active fraction to know, characterize and identify the molecules which are responsible of those activities. And then I would like to thank my university, my entity and comstech collaboration, and I'm extremely grateful to the International Center for Chemical and Biological Science, SCCS, University of Karachi. I have been there for 6 months. Research proposed, and I invite you all to visit this center. You will be very impressive. And this is the member of my lab, and you may see my supervisor in the middle class, and there. And thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay, I have two questions. The first one is what about the food aspect? That we present the activity of the fraction.
Yeah.
What about the activity of the food extract?
All right.
you know, I told before that we have tested the crude extract and all the fraction. Then we just selected the potent fraction for activity. Then if you saw the result, there were not any crude extract. That means crude extract was not active in our case. Then we just selected potent fraction. That is why.
So the second question is concerning the enzyme inhibition.
Yeah.
Such as alpha, oxidase,
Yeah.
Yeah. If you are working in diabetes, you should start with this inhibition.
Yeah.
And then go to the inhibition.
Yeah, I got you properly, but
So the inhibition is for one type of diabetes.
no, if you need, I would like to suggest me to add inhibition in my work. You may not say me if I already told at the beginning that this is a non-enzymatic glycation. And actually my work is focused on diabetes complication, not diabetes. You see, this is diabetes complication. We are trying to manage how we can manage diabetes complication, because if you take sugar or any meal, but that time your food level will increase, and usually the guys try to do amylase inhibition or alpha glucosidase inhibition. But this is not enzymatic inhibition. This is not a non-enzymatic inhibition, and that happens mostly in the diabetic environment, and it's creates several problems. Yeah. Yeah, we opted for methanol extract, as sir already told you. Ethanol is difficult to be we need also more quantity of extract for isolation purpose. Then that is why we use methanol. And also the second reason that methanol and ethanol are also polar solid. That methanol will extract more now. That is one.
Plants in ethanol, not in methanol, because there are more chances that during the soaking of the plant in methanol, there should be exchange of hydroxyl H with the methoxy. And at the end, it will be difficult for you to prove that either this methoxy is truly from the nature or from the soil. So always try to soak your plant in ethanol, not in methanol. And number two, question related
Yes, sir. So there. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to present to you the results from part of our project on the total synthesis of the related isoflavones from Erythrina saccharine and their bacterial activity. This was part of my PhD project. I did at University of Potsdam under the supervision of Professor Dan Schmidt. Next slide. Next slide. That's the outline for my presentation. Okay. Now, isoflavones are secondary plant metabolites, which are mainly found in the Leguminaceae family. And within this family, we have a species from the Erythrina and the Meletia genera, especially in this. Five oxytryptamine by channel A, that compound one, it is the only source, it's natural source. Next slide. Now, there's a number of phenylated isoflavones that activities as microbiome and the now, cons are using the same reagents, either barium free salts or hypervalent ID reagents. And the prenylation can be synthetically achieved through a sequence of 3 reactions, including oxalylation, followed by Claisen rearrangement, and then regioselective olefin cross metathesis. Next slide.
Now, the oxidative rearrangement of flavanols has been reported to three products ranging from isoflavones or flavone or two array derivatives. Next slide. Now, the oxidative with the electrophilic iodination of the flavanol to produce a common intermediate pair, and then all the three products, there is a migration of efforts and isoflavone, and if so we are motivated to do this project by the small quantities of this compound with fascinating bioactivities, as we have heard from previous presentations. Those are isolated is the small quantities that are isolated from the plants or the natural sources. So that means now the way to go is if we identify a molecule from a natural source and it is isolated in very small quantity, then if we need it in larger quantities, then we need to devise ways of synthesizing it. And even these natural sources are scarce, and even those which are scarce are threatened with extinction due to over-exploitation. So we have to devise alternative means. And our objective was to synthesize sufficient quantities of these compounds for biological activities, and so evaluate their antimicrobial activities, and also synthesize non-natural analogs of this compound for structure-activity relationship studies. Now, our synthesis, we first had to synthesize the flavanol precursor for the oxidative rearrangement, and this synthesis started from the readily accessible acetophenols and preservatives, which can be readily accessed from commercial agents. And then the oxidative rearrangement of these flavanol precursors using hypervalent iodine reagents afforded the target isoflavones together with their flavone isomers, though the flavones were not our targets. And then in some cases, the structure of the compound was confirmed by single crystal X-ray diffraction in addition to spectroscopic characterization. And the bioassay testing was performed using the agar dilution method. Now, the synthesis of the flavone precursor 7A for 5-deoxyribonucleic started with the annihilation of 4-hydroxybenzaldehyde, which is commercially available to afford intermediate 16, and then Claisen rearrangement of 16 afforded 17, methylation of the hydroxyl group of 17 afforded 18, and then the Claisen shift condensation of benzaldehyde 18 and the more protected acetophenol 19 afforded chalcone 6A, and the base catalyzed cyclization of chalcone 6A using sodium acetate as the base afforded the target flavone precursor 7A and 60% yield. And then the synthesis of flavone precursor 7B also started with the more protection of benzaldehyde 17 to afford 20, And the Claisen conversation of benzaldehyde 20 and the acetophenone 21 afforded chalcone 6B. And Claisen rearrangement of chalcone 6B induced by microwave radiation, followed by base catalyzed cyclization of the resultant chalcone, 2-hydroxychalcone, afforded the target flavanone 7B in 50% yield. And then the oxidative rearrangement of 7A using PFAS as an oxidant in trimethylosophonet in the presence of catalytic sulfuric acid afforded the target isoflavone 8A and a mom protected. Remember, the precursor is mom protected, but this reaction also produced a mom protected isoflavone 8AA. And therefore, then we also decided now to carry out a one-port sequence reaction of oxidative rearrangement followed by mom protection in a single port, which also afforded the target isoflavone 8AA and its flavone isomer 12AA, but also there was a mom deprotected flavanone 7AA. So in this case, there was only the protection without the rearrangement. And then the oxidative rearrangement of flavanone 7B under similar conditions as that for 7A afforded the target isoflavone 8B in 20% yield together with its flavone isomer 12B. Next. Then the synthesis of 5-deoxy-3-prenol by chain A was accomplished by the olefin cross metathesis of isoflavone 8A with 2-methyl-2-butyl in the presence of groups 2 catalysts A in DCM at 20 degrees Celsius, which afforded the prenyl isoflavone 22A. And then the mom protection of 22A afforded the target compound 5-deoxy-3-prenol by chain A in 84% yield. But this mom protection was accompanied by concomitant addition of methanol, because methanol was used as a solvent and in under acidic condition. So there was the addition of methanol to the prenyl group, which also produced compound 23 as the side product. And therefore, now we decided to use an alternative route where we decided to first cleave the mom group and then do the olefin cross metathesis of 8AA after cleaving the mom group, which also afforded our target compound in very good yield of 86%. And the structure of this compound was confirmed by single crystal X-ray diffraction analysis. Then the olefin cross metathesis of isoflavone, the diallyl isoflavone 8B, and the diallyl flavone 12B, under similar conditions with 2-methyl-2-butyl, also afforded the corresponding dipyrenyl isoflavone 24 in 64% yield, and the dipyrenyl flavone 25 in 94% yield. And then the mom protection of these compounds of the isoflavone afforded the target compound F in 81% yield, and the mom protection of the flavone 25 was afforded the target dihydroxy dipyrenyl flavone 26 in 61% yield. Then these three compounds, 5-deoxy-3-prenol by chain F and the flavone isomer of F26 were all tested for antimicrobial activity against 3 bacterial species and 1 fungal pathogen. But all the 3 compounds were not active against the gram-negative bacteria, Salmonella intrica and the E. coli, and also they were not active against the Candida albicans. And the 5-deoxy-3-nitrogen was also not active against the methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus strain, whereas F and the IPC flavone isomer 26 were both significantly active against the MRSA strain. And this by vancomycin positive controls for the antifungal and the radioselective phosphatases, and the flavone isomer was being was also produced as it's flavone isomer compound for the development of I also suggest that this compound can treat it. So lastly, I'd like to acknowledge VAB for group I'm working with at Cavalry University, the photo in the middle, and our students, the group I'm also working with at the University of Potsdam, led by Professor Smith in the middle, all the collaborators in this project, the University of Potsdam and Cavalry University, and all the organizers.
Can you comment on the selectivity of gram-negative? Is that a transport? Is it getting into both cells? Work?
Beg your pardon, please?
Is your drug actually getting into both gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria, or is it getting into the gram-negative?
Yeah.
So could you kind of
Okay, I think according to the literature, what I know, for gram-negative bacteria, they have got a complicated the same word, and the compounds are not able to permeate through the cell walls as compared to the gram-positive bacteria. I hope that would be the reason.
Have you considered any of softened access reactions between our chains, more optimized chains to help transport that way?
No, I have not tried that, but it would be a concept.
So no more questions, please. Thanks to George. So it's time for lunch. And I hope we will be back in by now.
So we'll be back in 1 hour time. Let's go very fast. Otherwise, we'll be here until midnight.